Her car seat looks like the right size.
There are probably rules on when to move up to a booster seat, aren't there?
Rear facing, forward facing? I think I have it right.
Car crashes are a leading killer of children 1 to 13. Are your children in the right car seat for their age and size? Don't think you know. Know you know. Go to safercar.gov/the right seat.
I know my child's in the right car seat, or else I wouldn't get in the driver's seat.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
You don't usually get a stock tip from a 16-year-old, but I'm here to tell you about a different kind of stock. It's called Better Futures, a stock for social change that's not about making money. Instead, you invest to help students like me go to college. This is beyond a simple donation. It's the opportunity for America to invest in its kids and take an active stake in the future of the country. The return on your investment isn't money. What you get back is knowing you protected our potential. So one day, that potential can grow up to become surgeons and architects, executives and engineers, people who can change the future just by being a part of it. My name is Alicia, and I'm your dividend.
Invest in better futures with UNCF. Visit uncf.org/invest. A mind is a terrible thing to waste, but a wonderful thing to invest in. A public service announcement brought to you by UNCF and the Ad Council.
This is Nnamdi Asamoah. I play football for the Philadelphia Eagles, but what I do off the field with United Way might be more important. I'm a volunteer tutor and mentor. Why? Because over 1 million kids a year drop out of school, and that's not okay. It takes 12 years to create a graduate, but it takes about the same time to create a dropout. And the difference between a child becoming one or the other could be me, or it could be you. Studies show that if we get to these kids earlier, their chances are better. And kids who read well by 3rd grade are more likely to graduate. So join me in United Way. Suit up and take the pledge. Become a volunteer reader, tutor, or mentor. Because when a child succeeds, we all succeed. Give, advocate, volunteer, live united. Take the pledge at unitedway.org. Brought to you by United Way, the Ad Council, and the National Football League.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
The World Series between the AL pennant-winning Toronto Blue Jays and the defending champion Los Angeles Dodgers kicks off Friday night. Can Vladimir Guerrero Jr., a returning Bo Bichette, and the crew stop the juggernaut that is led by two-way superstar Shohei Ohtani that just swept through the number 1 seeded Brewers like a knife through butter, features stars at almost every position and in every spot of the rotation? In the Monday Night Football doubleheader, the Lions defeated the Bucs 24-9 behind a monster game from Jahmyr Gibbs, while mostly shutting down Baker Mayfield and crew, while in the late game, the Seahawks handled the Texans 27-19 behind another star effort from the NFL's leading receiver, Jackson Smith-Njigba. We will break down all the storylines coming out of these two matchups before we crack a six-pack with Speedy and go through some of the Week 8 lines on another all gas, no brakes, fully loaded episode of Jabba and the Mound.
A significant one. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, and Saquon Barkley, at this point, I'm gonna fight them all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Taking time. Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really? And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. 672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouse. You know who I am. I'm as loud as it can be. I'm as loud as they can be. I'm as loud as everybody can be. I'm stumbling on my words. Yes, I am the Mouse. My name is Errol Marks. My co-hosts, Mr. Flamethrower, Jabba Chamberlain, and Speedy Petey. Executive producer, you just heard him, Aaron Fishman. On the board, Mr. Tommy Poopshoop, as we always call him, Mr. Scoops. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouse, every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Long Island is busy. And the New York Knicks, game number 1 of the season tonight, which is right now airing live. The Knicks are up right now, if I'm right with the score, 26-16, Madison Square Garden, the Cleveland Cavaliers. Some people believe these are the 2 best teams in the Eastern Conference. It's going to be fun all season long. Who will win the East this year? Milwaukee is, I think, crawling as we believe that Giannis might be asking for a trade at the trade deadline. The Boston Celtics have injuries. Jason Tatum is going to be out for the rest of the season with an Achilles tear. You have Halliburton, who went down in the finals in game number 7 with an Achilles tear. So he's out probably the whole season. So the Eastern Conference is wide open. Maybe Goodies Orlando Magic could win the East this year. As good as they have, been over the last few seasons, growing, young, talented. They added some pieces. They added Bane in the offseason. Maybe.
Hey, Errol, you think Goody can name 2 people from the Magic right now?
Absolutely zero. Absolutely zilch. Zero. And if Goody's listening, by the way, happy birthday to his sister. They were celebrating. So happy birthday. I'm going to call him happy birdie to his beautiful sister. Happy birthday. And congratulations to all of Goody's accomplishments. And he knows what I'm talking about. But yeah, it's been a crazy one all day. I really can't stand the traffic here in Long Island. And I say this all the time, 347. It doesn't matter what time of day it is. It could be night. It could be morning. It could be midday. It is bumper to bumper traffic. There's road work. At nighttime, they close off lanes so they can do road work on 347. It's so bad here in Long Island. You cannot drive. And everybody knows in 347, if you've ever been to Long Island, there's so many doctor's offices. So all the older Long Islanders are on 347 during the daytime because they got to go to their doctor appointments. They're like in their 60s and 70s. Now, I have said this, not taking shots at anybody. When you turn 65 years old, and I've been saying this a long time, I've argued this. When you're 65, you live in New York, you should have to take the driver's test every 5 years after you pass 65.
How long is your guys' license valid for? Like when you get it, is it 5 years, 8 years?
I think it's 8 years. I'm pretty sure. I don't have my license for me, but I'm pretty sure it's 8 years. And it depends because now they have enhanced licenses. And now if you go on a plane, I don't know if anybody knows this now, depending on where you go.
Right?
Yeah, you need a special ID. You can't go on planes now with just a driver's license or a passport. They want you to get an airport ID. And it's funny because I was just at the airport in Tampa and they wouldn't let Brittany's sister on the plane until they looked at her license and wanted to check if it was real. So, and now they have these papers that they give you that you have to take home and you have to insert it every time now you fly from New York to Tampa in certain parts of the country. And you need an airport ID. I've never seen this before, but I think it was Trump. Ever since Trump came into office, that's something that Trump wants because he doesn't want aliens coming from different countries in different places of the world. and using fake IDs. So
I know in Nebraska, your your license is like, I think some states are different, but the real ID, as they call it, is your driver's license. So, but I got a buddy that just flew from Arizona to Nebraska, and he just had a regular license, and his worked back and forth. So it might be state to state. I think, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I will say this: it hasn't happened yet. They're not pushing people out where you have to get this ID, but it's going to happen soon, because they let her on the plane, but they said that she has to look into this, and they give you like this piece of paper that you have to take home. And I think in the next couple of months, you need this ID to fly. And what you do is you go online and you order this ID. You have to go through a certain airport. I forget what it is. And they give you a list of things that you have to do, and you have to fill out this paperwork and send it in, and they send you an ID. So every time you travel on a plane, you have this ID right next to your driver's license, because they don't want illegal aliens coming into the country. And that was something that Trump was pushing. So I've never seen it before until recently, and they're going to start pushing it. So if you fly a lot, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for it, because this is going to happen. I'm not lying to you. When you start going to the airport, you're going to see that if you don't have an enhanced license, they're going to force you to get this specific ID from the airport. So
is there like a time frame that you have to get it in? I mean, because I know a lot of people fly.
I'm going to look into it, because I did see it over the last few weeks, because I flew twice, and both times they were complaining about her ID, and they said that they gave her a piece of paper, and they said to look into this, make sure that you have this, or get an enhanced license. They're not going to let you fly without it. So, and it's going to happen soon. So I don't know.
The DMV is already a disaster. Is there there's no way, you have to get a whole new one, or do you have to can you just mail it in, whatever?
So there's a thing called an enhanced license. There's a regular license, and then there's an enhanced. I've had an enhanced license since they made it. And I think it came out 7-8 years ago, or maybe a little bit more than that, 10 years ago. And what it does is you don't need your passport to go to different countries now. If you want to go to England, if you have an enhanced license, you don't need your passport. You just need to show your license. Now airports don't accept regular license. What they're trying to do is either you get an enhanced license, or you have to get a special ID to fly from one place to another. Now, I don't know when this is going to obviously go into effect, but when we were there, they took her off the line, and she had to go and speak to a security before they let her put her bags through, so she can get on the plane. It was weird. I've never seen anything like it. And then you see a sign right there about an ID. And I was like, what is this? And then they didn't look at mine. Brittany was using her passport, but they said something to her about her passport. So I don't know. It's weird. I've never seen anything like it, but it's definitely going to be in effect very, very soon. So for anybody that travels a lot, you're going to hear about that as well. So I don't know. At 8:45, we will be talking to WFAN Yankees post-game host, SNY Yankee analyst, and Fox Sports college basketball broadcaster, Emmanuel. That's what he calls himself. I call him Manny Barberi. He will be joining us. I met Manny during the summer. I knew who he was. We were at a club. We were at an event outside at the Bay. It was beautiful out, and I saw him at the event, and I was like, I've seen him on television. I walked up to him, and I said, "Do you know who I am?" And I was wearing glasses and a hat. I took my hat and my glasses off. I said, "I know you. You do that show, you do that show with Jabba." And I said, "That's right, and I know who you are. You do broadcasting with the New York Yankees." And then we kind of had a conversation. We know the same people in the industry, and I was like, "Could we get you on the show?" And Manny was like, "Absolutely. I would love to come on the show and talk sports with you guys." So this is a first time for Manny to join us on Jabba in the Mouth. It's going to be fun. He is a Yankee guy. He knows a lot about the Yankees. He knows a lot about everything. He's been on WFAN. It'll be fun. I'm sure we'll go back and forth and argue. Very knowledgeable in his sports and his takes. I disagree with some of his takes over the last year and a half. But I respect him. He's one of my peers, very well respected in the industry. So I'm very excited to get Manny on the show. So a lot to get into, and let's get into it. Baseball is the big story, and why not? We got one of the flamethrowers himself, won 2 World Series, Mr. Jabba Chamberlain, one with the Yankees, one with the Kansas City Royals, and he went to 3 World Series as well, as he didn't win the other one. But that's a whole nother story. The World Series will begin on Friday after the Blue Jays punched their ticket by defeating the Mariners 4-3 in game number 7. George Springer's 7th inning 3-run home run shot was the difference maker after the Mariners took an early lead off a homer from both Julio Rodriguez and Cal Raleigh. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. was named the ALCS MVP with a .385 batting average, 3 home runs, and a 1.330 OPS. The Dodgers, who have been waiting a while since sweeping the number 1 seeded Brewers last week, will get a chance to try to go back-to-back for the first time since the New York Yankees did it and won 3 in a row from 98, 99, and 2000. The Dodgers starting rotation had a 0.63 ERA in their dominant NLCS, capped off by Shohei Ohtani's 6 shutout innings with 10 strikeouts while hitting 3 home runs in clinching game number 4 at home in LA. The Dodgers are betting favorites to repeat and win the World Series at a -210. It wasn't so long ago that baseball insiders and Toronto fans were all fooled into thinking that Shohei Ohtani was going to the Blue Jays before he signed with the Dodgers. Fast forward to today, it's Ohtani standing in Toronto's way as they try to win their first World Series since 1993. And Joe Carter, if you remember that. I remember that very, very well. I'm a huge baseball fan, and growing up, I'll never forget Joe Carter. Never. And Roberto Alomar. One of the greatest second basemen of all time, one of the greatest defensive players I've ever seen. But that's all. And by the way, another guy that a lot of fans like, John Olerud, was a part of that team as well. One of the greatest defensive first basemen. I want to give a shout out to Josh Silverberg because he loves Johnny O when he went to the Mets. Fact here is, you sit here today and you look at the Blue Jays and you ask yourself, how does this team compete with the deferred Dodgers? You look at the rotation. You have Yamamoto, Sasaki. You have Snell. You have all these guys. You have Glass now. You have Ohtani. This rotation is as good and as deep as any rotation we've ever seen. And you look at this lineup, we all know what Friedman is. We all know what Betts are. These are 2 former MVPs. 2 guys. Remember, Freeman won a World Series with the Braves before he came to the Dodgers and won with the Dodgers. Mookie Betts won a World Series with the Boston Red Sox, and then he went to the Dodgers. And now you have Shohei Ohtani, who's never won a World Series. Never. But when you see these 3 guys in a lineup, how could you beat this team? How could you defeat a team with a middle of a lineup this good? And that's not even half of the guys that they have when it comes to their 1 to 9 in their lineup. The fact here is, baseball's weird. It always is. And Jabba will tell you, not always the best team wins. It doesn't always happen that way. Go ask the Yankees. Remember Arizona? Remember the Diamondbacks? I remember that in 2003. The Yankees were the best team. They were the best team all season long. The Diamondbacks had Kurt Schilling, and they had Randy Johnson. 2 dominant pitchers, 2 of the best pitchers in all of baseball. When you look at their lineup, did their lineup really stick out to you like a sore thumb? No. But everybody remembers Gonzalez when he had that game-winning hit against Mariano Rivera that won him the World Series. I remember it. I was saddened. Derek Jeter talks about it all the time. When he thinks about losses, that, if you watch this documentary, that was the loss he'll always remember. I'm telling you, go watch the documentary if you want to watch the Captain documentary. That was the loss that he'll always remember. When you look at the Blue Jays, nobody, including me, would have thought that they would have beaten the Yankees. Nobody, including me, would have thought that they would have went through the Mariners going down 2-0 and win that series. But they did. And why did they win that series? And a lot of people were attacking him, including yours truly, when they decided to give Vladimir Guerrero Jr. $325 million guaranteed before the season started. I questioned the Blue Jays on why would they do that? You give a guy that kind of money right up front and give him that kind of contract when you could have waited until the offseason and see how this all fell together. But now when you look at it, this was a win for them. Because if they waited until the end of the season, Vladimir Guerrero would have gotten more money. That's the facts. Think about it. What Vladimir Guerrero has done in this playoff is remarkable. It is remarkable. He is not his father. Not yet. But when you think of Vladimir Guerrero Sr., you're talking about one of the greatest baseball players of all time. One of the best 5-tool players you have ever seen. And you look at his son, and a father and son combination, we talked about this on Monday. That usually never works in baseball. It usually never works in basketball, hockey, football, you name it. It doesn't work. But this man is trying to prove himself, trying to build his own legacy away from what his father has done as a professional athlete. And it's remarkable because if you look at this lineup, they didn't have Bichette. Bichette was one of their best hitters all season, fighting injury after injury. Bichette, who is going to be looking for a new contract in the offseason, just like Guerrero, he is probably going to play in this World Series. How does this change their lineup? It changes their lineup extremely differently. If Bichette is even 90% healthy, and you put him in the middle of this lineup, in front of Guerrero, or even in behind Guerrero, you're adding another potent bat in a lineup that has been potent all playoff long. And it's crazy because if you go back, and we can argue this, Jabba, you're one of those guys that went back and forth. We all wanted to see the Mariners play the Dodgers in the World Series because that would have been the more fun series to watch. I'm looking at this series now, maybe not. Because when you go back and you look at those 93 Blue Jays and you look at that roster and you compare it to this roster, they are extremely, extremely different. And what makes it so much more interesting is when you look at their best player, and their best player was not Joe Carter. Their best player was Roberto Alomar, okay, who was a second baseman. And you look at Vladimir Guerrero, who is a first baseman, and you compare their skills, they're so very different. So very different. And you look at, and remember, Roberto Alomar was a young player in 93. He was a kid. He was a kid. Vladimir Guerrero is a kid. I don't know what was Roberto Alomar's age in 93, Speed? Look that up for me. Because if I'm not mistaken, he was around 25, 26 years old. That's where I think he was. And right now, Vladimir Guerrero is 25, 26 years old. Speed, you have his age?
25.
25. Why does everybody find it before you do, Speedy?
I have the slowest computer.
Yeah, you have the slowest mind. And then you go to Vladimir Guerrero. How old is Vladimir Guerrero right now? He's 25, 26 years old right now. They're identical with age. And when you look at what these guys have done as players in different decades, it is remarkable when you compare. Now, Roberto Alomar comes from a family of baseball players. Think about it.
Whole family.
Yeah, his whole family. Sandy Alomar. They He comes from a baseball family. Vladimir Guerrero comes from a baseball family. When you look at the comparison of these players and you look at the greatness of both these players, right now the trajectory is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is going to be a Hall of Fame player. But first, he needs to win a World Series. He needs to bring home a World Series to be in that trajectory. I look at Roberto Alomar. If Alomar doesn't win that World Series, he's still a Hall of Famer. But is he going to be remembered as a winner, a champion? The answer would be no. And that is where I see the Blue Jays in this series. The Dodgers are champions. The Dodgers have won how many World Series in the last 10 years? They've won 3, haven't they? Or they've won 2, and they've been to 3. They've been to 3 World Series in 5 years. You know what they are. You know what you're playing against. You know what Shohei Ohtani is. You know what Freeman is. You know what Betts is. When it comes to winning championships, you don't know what Vladimir Guerrero is. You don't know what this pitching staff is. And because none of these guys, any of these guys, have won a World Series. Think about it. You look at this Blue Jays lineup. Has any one of these guys ever been to a World Series? And that to me, I'm sorry.
The Blue Jays roster?
Yeah.
Max.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think any hitters though.
Springer is the only one.
Yeah.
Springer is the only one.
And he's going to go down as one of the greatest postseason clutch guys that ever played if he keeps going the ways. He's tied for 3rd in homers all time.
So
yeah,
they got
some trash cans.
So they got one guy.
Still hit it.
They got one guy, ladies and gentlemen, that has been to a World Series and had and won. And that to me shows you how unique this Blue Jay team is. How to me, the team that has the most stress on them is the Dodgers. The Dodgers are expected to win. With the lineup they have, the pitching staff that they have, and what they did against the National League champion Brewers. And they won the National League with wins. They were the best team in all of baseball all season long, the Brewers. They ran right through that team. They didn't even have a 1 ERA against them. The Brewers had 14 hits in that whole series in 4 games. Think about that. And now you're going against a Blue Jay team that was red hot against a Mariner pitching staff that is really good. That's a good pitching staff. Go ask Detroit how good that pitching staff is. My thought, my facts here is pretty simple. The Blue Jays have nothing to hide in this series. Everybody knows they have nothing to lose. And when you have nothing to lose, you're a very dangerous team. You're going into a series that everybody expects you to lose. As a matter of fact, betting odds to tell you they're a minus 210, which is a lot. That's high, okay? That's a significant number. Anything over 100 is significant. That tells you that nobody, when it comes to Vegas, and a betting person would take, a handicapper would take the Blue Jays to win this series. And if I was a coach and I was a manager and I had a board up and I'm going to point out things that would get my team wounded up and I would have a list of things, that would be number 1. That would be number 1. We just went through the Yankees. We beat a team that a lot of people thought was the best team in baseball, especially in the last month and a half of baseball. They were the best American League team. They went through one of the best players in the world, if not the best player in the world, in Aaron Judge. Yes, he hit against them. They still beat him. Max Fried, who's going to be up for a Cy Young this year, one of the best pitchers in baseball. They beat him up. All it takes is confidence in baseball. Jabba will tell you, if you believe it, you can achieve it. And I'm going to tell you guys this, and my facts here. Everybody sitting here today, including yours truly, that thought the Blue Jays were not the right fit to go to the World Series, I'm wrong. And I'm going to tell you why I'm wrong. Because this lineup has been as potent as any lineup in the playoffs. If you look at their numbers right now and compare them to all the teams so far in the playoffs, they have the best lineup when it comes to average, and they have the best lineup when it comes to power right now. And I'm not talking about Shohei Ohtani's one game with 3 home runs. He's batting .220 in the playoffs. Think about it. There are 3 guys in this lineup hitting almost 300 with the Blue Jays. 3. That tells something. That tells you something. It's crazy. And it's it's not comparable to the 93, but there are players, when you look at it and you're trying to look at a comparison to try to bring it to the forefront, this is the best chance a Canadian baseball team has to win a championship since the 90s. That, to me, is as successful as we can talk about since the Montreal Expos and Pedro Martinez and who? Vladimir Guerrero.
The Montreal Expos had never even made a World Series too, so that's why the Blue Jays, that's why the Blue Jays definitely had to make a mark. Now, obviously, they got.
But look at that team.
Oh, I know. And
look at Omar Minaya. He was the guy. He was the one that ran that organization. Who, by the way, built the Mets. And when they took over and they made that run with the pitching staff, I mean, we could go on and on and on from what the Montreal Expos were and what players came from it. Do we remember Bartolo Colon?
Oh yeah.
Randy Johnson was on the Expos.
Randy Johnson. I mean, there were so many great players that came from that organization before they parted ways and went where, Speedy?
They traded a bunch of.
Where did they go? They went
Washington.
to Tampa. They went to Washington. That's right. I keep thinking Tampa, but Tampa was in
Tampa.
They were expansion team.
What you're thinking of too is also Tampa was in the rumors to go back to Montreal.
Right.
We talked about it 5 years ago.
Still might be.
And so, yeah, definitely could be with they don't get their stadium situation sorted out. But yeah, the Expos obviously never go into the World Series. They got screwed in '94. Obviously, with the lockout season, they were the best team in baseball that year. So maybe they would have, and that would have been after the Blue Jays went back to back in '92 and '93. So definitely an interesting vibe. It's an interesting fusion of veteran players. You were talking about it with the pitching staff being as it is, not really having that dominant force, but having a lot of good veteran guys that stepped up this year. Gausman was an underperformer the last 2 years after he had really good first 2 years in Toronto, but he's pitched really well in the playoffs. Shane Bieber stepped up, kind of battled it out, but stepped up in Game 7 and pitched well earlier in the series. And Scherzer coming back now. Mets legend Chris Bassett happening to pitch well in Game 7 of that series out of the bullpen. And they have the pitching versatility, and probably the closest comparison you can make, not to the level of underdogs that they were, but the way their team is built is probably the Nationals. But the Blue Jays have a better offense. This is a more powerful offense on this team. And Jabba, you mentioned Springer bringing the veteran leadership from the leadoff spot. Vlad Jr., the postseason turnaround he had, his first 2 years in the playoffs was horrible. And he was really bad at the beginning of the Seattle series. He's turning around, and they have a lot of other veteran hitters and younger hitters at the end of that lineup that have really stepped up well. And you're right, Errol, they have nothing to lose. So the pressure is going to be on the Dodgers. They have the veteran leaderships the Blue Jays do to get those guys in that kind of mentality. And I was with you. I was thinking they were fraudulent all year. I thought they were like, okay, they're not a great run differential. They don't really have an obvious, except for Guerrero, they don't really have an obvious star anywhere.
Just think about the comparison that I gave you guys. A young Roberto Alomar and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. They're almost identical ages when they're both going to their first World Series. Why not see Vladimir Guerrero shock the world? That Blue Jays team was not supposed to win the World Series. No. They were absolutely not favorites to winning that World Series. I remember it. I remember that home run off that bat when Joe Carter hit it. He was running around and he was shocked that it went out. You know, it was unbelievable. I remember it. You can watch the video. If we have the video, you can see his face when he was running around from first all the way to second and third.
Do you remember who threw the pitch?
Who threw the pitch?
Mitch Williams.
Mitch Williams.
He falls off the mound. Watch how he finishes.
I remember this. Oh my God, I remember it.
Oh gosh.
The faces that he makes when he's running around and it went out. He was shocked it went out. Look at him.
He almost forgot to touch first. He almost jumped over it.
I remember it. I just remember how shocked he was when he hit it. He couldn't believe it went out.
Jabba, would the umpires have nitpicked that back then?
I mean, would they have gone to replay? Like, I mean,
Oh my God, I
But
remember.
you remember that Mets play where Robin Ventura hit a home run, but only touched first base, so he only got credit. He only got credit for a single.
Oh yeah, I remember that too. That's crazy.
Grand slam single. It went back. Everybody's like, "What happened?" It was like he only touched first. They mobbed him before he could get there.
I don't think it's been done since then, too. That's the funny part.
I mean, I can't compare this Blue Jays team to that team, but what this team is doing and the comparable players, when you look at guys that were all world players at their positions, you're talking about Vladimir Guerrero is a top 5 player right now in the league. Roberto Alomar wasn't a top 5 player at that time, but he was one of the best young players in baseball, where everybody was saying that this team was going to win multiple championships with this young superstar that they have at second base. That guy, Roberto Alomar, I don't care what anybody says, he is one of the greatest top 3 second basemen of all time. You look at his numbers. How many guys could you compare to Roberto Alomar?
He's a switch hitting second baseman too.
Yeah, I know. And he wasn't liked. A lot of players didn't like him. A lot of players. I've spoken, Speedy, we've had a couple of players on this show in the past before Jabba in the Mouth. And we were interviewing them and we asked them, who are some of the most hated players you ever played against? And numerous amount of guys told us Roberto Alomar was one of the worst teammates and one of the worst players to play against. And I said, why? Because he was cheap and he talked a lot and he did things. He wasn't a team player. Well, guess what? He was a winner. He was great. So I haven't heard that about Vladimir Guerrero Jr., but Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is what he's doing right now is incredible. And I got news for you guys. As good as Vladimir Guerrero Sr., who did win a World Series with the Angels, and I do remember that, he was never this good in a playoff run, ever. He's never hit close to 400 in a playoff run. Never. Do you guys remember Vladimir Guerrero Sr. ever hitting close to 400 in the playoffs? I don't remember.
There's not a lot of people that have had a 400.
I'm just saying, when we're trying to compare him and his father never did this. Jabba, you know this. You played against his dad.
Yeah, it was. They're very similar in swing path and what they do, but approach is way different. But Vlad, when you grow up the way he does, and like I don't know if you guys saw the story that he did. He's like, it just everything about him makes you want to root for him, right? And I don't know him, I've never met him, but just from afar as a baseball fan and being able to be a fan of his dad's and then get a chance to play against him and just see how much he was loved by everybody as a whole and just the kind of hitter he was and just the way he went about his business. The apple didn't fall too far. And you see that he said, he goes, the one thing that I want to do is give my dad a World Series ring. And, there's some, you saw the emotion after they won, tears in his eyes. Cause it's something that, everybody always sees, us competing and rooting against us or for us, but people forget sometimes we're human beings. Like this is something that he's watched his entire life. And now he gets an opportunity. And I mentioned something today on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, about, just the opportunity that Donnie Baseball gets, as long as he's been in baseball and he gets an opportunity, his first time, and he's been in 40 years in this game as a player, as a coach, as a coordinator, as whatever he was, and to get a chance to do it, it's special because this game is so special to us that a lot of people don't get that opportunity. When you do, it hits you. And, it's awesome to be able to have that experience. But for the two teams, it's really, I think you kind of said it. It's like we kind of wanted to see the Mariners because they'd never been there, right? And the Blue Jays, they're being in the division. You kind of just have that I don't like you kind of attitude just because they are in the division. And you're like, what do they really, are they that much better? Like what do they do that's better than us? And I think what I've seen throughout this whole playoffs is they've obviously had Vlad, but they've had other guys do things that sometimes don't go in the scorebook. You got a guy like Clement that nobody knows who the hell he is, but he's averaging over like 4.3 pitches in a bat. Like that doesn't look like sexy at all, but that's giving other guys opportunities to see more pitches. That's getting to their bullpen faster, because you get to the bullpen faster anyways in the playoffs, unless, certain people. But you got guys like that stepping up, doing the little things that extend a game and don't go in the scorebook that, doesn't have the 3-run homer that Springer does. But you got to have guys on base and the at-bats that go before that. And, I think it's tough to root for them being in a division as a Yankee fan. First of all, I want to see a great series. Carter picked Dodgers in 5. And if you go on paper, yeah, you're probably going with the Dodgers, right? I mean, because that's what it is. And you're going to see superstar for superstar on one side compared to, you're getting Bichette back, but Bichette's not a superstar. He's a great player, but he's not a superstar. He's not Vlad. And then you've got Max, who's been there with 16. It feels like he always somehow finds a place in. And just to be able to be that leader and be in that situation, you got guys, like you brought up, Speedy, your Mets legend, and Chris, and
there's a bunch of them on this team. There's Andres Jimenez too.
Yeah, he's played well, and so you got guys that are literally, I'll do whatever it takes. Like if you saw the quote by him, he goes, "I'll be the towel boy if it takes us a chance to win." And I think that's kind of where it differs in the namesake of each team, is where, yeah, we don't have a lot of the names, but we're in the same position you are. You're not any better than us because you've got all these superstar names. We're here and we're going to battle. So I think it's going to be a better series. And I think it's a little bit better matchup than we initially thought, just seeing it before it happened, and now breaking it down and seeing the comparisons and the differences between both teams, and where, I don't know how Varland's arm is still hanging. That dude, I think he pitched like twice in some games, it felt like, because every time like you turn, he's back in the game. I mean, obviously he gave up the homer to Judge and comes back and starts the next game. And he's just a guy that wants to be out there. Hoffman, like we talked about on the show, throws 2 innings, which was weird to me. I don't know why at that point he did, but then comes back. And obviously this point of the season, you're taking everything and making sure you feel good at this point. But it's just, I'm excited for it. It's probably not what everybody wanted to see. Now you've got the travel that people are going to talk. There's so many factors that people don't think about in what comes into play. And so I'm excited. I'm excited to see, who steps up. I think pitching is going to be, I guess I'm biased when I say this, but be the end all that kind of meets all, because there's going to have to be guys that step up, because we're going to see runs scored. These lineups are too good not to have runs scored. I have a feeling there's not going to be very many 2-1, 3-2 games in this series. But you know what? People love that. And let's see some scoring and some homers. And 2 really, really great parks to play in. The Rogers Center gets absolutely crazy. Those Canadian fans, because that beer's a little stronger there. And they start early when you get into that place. So, and then obviously LA, you'll have the stars out like they're at a Knicks game. So I'm excited for it. It can't get here soon enough.
I will say this, and I know you're a Donnie baseball fan. I'm a Donnie baseball fan. He's my favorite player growing up. And when everybody looks at my favorite athletes growing up that I rooted for, Van Beesbrook from the Rangers, and then when he went to the Florida Panthers, he was my favorite when it came to hockey. Football was Donovan McNabb, and for baseball, it was Donnie Baseball. He was my favorite player growing up. He was the first guy that I worshipped. When I met him 2 or 3 times in the past, one of the nicest people you'll ever meet, and very well deserved. A guy that never got a chance to play in a World Series, not with the Yankees, not with the Dodgers as a manager and assistant manager with Joe Torre. He never got a chance to try to win a World Series. And now, when it goes back in time, when you think about it, in the times that when the Blue Jays were good, when the Blue Jays went to the World Series, he was a Yankee at the tail end of his career. And they win a World Series in 93, and he never got a chance to play in one. So the tables will turn. And if Donnie Baseball wins a World Series, and that's why I'm rooting for the Blue Jays, it would be so fitting and so filling, because I love the guy so much. I only want to see the guy win. He deserves it. He is a great person, good-hearted player, and one of the greatest baseball players not in the Hall of Fame. That should be in the Hall of Fame, because in a 5-6 year stint, How many guys could you name that did what Donnie Baseball did in that time? Nobody. And
he's one of those guys too. It's like I think we've touched on a little bit. It's like, what if? Like, what if his back didn't go? What if we didn't lose some of these guys like Thurman before, his accident? Like, there's so many of those guys that we lost too early from injury or death or whatever that were unbelievable players. And it stinks because he should. And I don't know how you don't put him in, but it's just tough when you have somebody of that caliber for that amount of time. We're not talking about 2-3 years. Like there was an extended period where he was unbelievable, not only offensively but defensively.
Fish, before you go, I just want to mention one thing, because you were talking about, Errol was talking about the Shohei Ohtani and the Blue Jays, like almost rumor that happened. It was funny. Jabba, this was like a week after the first time we ever had you on the show as a guest. And Errol comes to pick me up, and Jeff's talking to him, and Jeff's like, "Oh, Ohtani's going to the Blue Jays. He was one of the ones that fell for it."
And you know what I
were
said?
laughing at him forever.
And you know what I
Was
said?
that when they had the tail number, or supposedly, right?
Yeah.
I called him out. To this day, I call him out on that tape.
Oh yeah.
I call him out all the time. Oh, you're always right, huh? Ohtani going to the Blue Jays, it's almost in the books.
Yep.
Hey, I know he was over there. I know he's signing. Yeah, he's signing my ass. He's signing nothing. He's going to the Dodgers, and that's what they want everybody to believe. So, Jeff, I don't hear you calling the show anymore, because if you did, I'd stick it to you on that one. And by the way, he sends me these stupid memes. What are they?
Memes.
Of Ohtani with the 3 home runs, 10 strikeouts, and 6 innings pitched. But guess what, Jeff? When I said 220, I meant he was batting 220 in the series and throughout the playoffs to Aaron Judge 500. So you can tell me whatever you want. I still believe Aaron Judge is a better player than Shohei Ohtani. Sorry, I had to add that.
Let me, obviously rooting for Donnie Baseball. If Harold Baines is in the Hall of Fame, Donnie Baseball should be in the Hall of Fame. That's completely ridiculous. They got to do what the NFL did. Guys with the short but elite peaks are more valuable in my memory than a guy like Harold Baines, who was very good for a little while and good for a while and then kind of hung around the league. You know what I mean? It was a compiler. To me, they got to do the Terrell Davis thing that they did in football for Donnie Baseball, for Keith Hernandez, maybe, those types of guys. But they're not, and it doesn't really matter. And all those things you said, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Bo Bichette coming back, I'm still taking Dodgers in 5. It doesn't matter. This team is too stacked. I think they're going to win. They're going to split the first 2 games in Toronto, and then you get 3 in LA. I think they're going to just destroy them. That team is so good. If Ohtani hadn't hit the whole postseason until that game, now what if he's hot?
Blue Jays in 7. I think
good luck. Pray for you on that, but
I think the Blue Jays are going to surprise and shock the world. Okay, I just have this feeling that this run there's a reason behind it, and Donnie Baseball is going to get his first ring. That's what I'm rooting for. DB, that's what I'm rooting for. Donnie Baseball. I don't give a crap about the Dodgers. I want to see the Dodgers go down in flames. Blake Snell can eat an ass. I want to see DB win his first World Series. He deserves it, and the gods will tell you that when that happens, well, the Knicks will win a championship.
Hey, they look good right now tonight at halftime.
Oh, don't jinx them. Why would you do that?
Oh, the first week of NBA basketball is worthless to watch. No one's hitting any shots.
Who the hell is singing right now?
No, you know who's hitting shots right now for the Knicks? Landry Shamet. I guarantee you he's not going to be playing too many meaningful minutes the other half of the year.
Well, I don't know if you know Mike Brown. Mike Brown likes to mix it up, and Mike Brown will be playing a rotation of 13 or 14 guys if they're on the bench.
I don't know about 13, 14, but we're going to see those guys as opposed to Tibbs where we didn't see
He will play those guys. If they're playing and they're playing well, he's going to play them. You're going to see. This is a different man. This is a different coach.
I think it's going to be like 10, 11, but he'll rotate those guys in. You know what I mean? To try to develop guys, which Tibbs just never did. He was not a developer. He's like, give me your veterans and only give me your veterans. Or maybe there's one rookie I like a McBride, and then I'll ride those guys the entire way. That was the problem with them. But you know what? A lot of problems. I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to talk about this Knicks team.
I knew I could get him to laugh. I was on the phone with Nathan today, and he's like, the first thing he says is, Joba. Jobo likes my shrimp cocktail. How did you not like Nathan, man? He is one of the funniest people I've ever met in my entire life. Speaking of funny, in the first game of Monday Night Football doubleheader, this Lions team dominated the Buccaneers 24-9. Quarterback Baker Mayfield had his worst game of the season with only 228 passing yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Future Hall of Famer and wide receiver Mike Evans returned after missing the last 3 games, but suffered a broken collarbone early in the game and is expected to miss the rest of the regular season. He may be able to return during the playoffs. Hopefully he does, but it kills me as far as my team is concerned because I have him on one of my teams. Lions running back Jahmyr Gibbs went berserk against normally excellent defenses, including the Buccaneers' run defense, gashing them for 136 yards, 2 touchdowns on the ground, while adding 82 more yards on 3 catches through the air. Wide receiver Mr. St. Brown added 86 yards and a touchdown. Both the Lions and the Buccaneers are now 5-2. The Seahawks beat the Texans 27-19. The second game of a doubleheader to also improve to 5-2. A late Texas score made the final score look closer than it really was, as the Texans often struggled throughout the night. Texans wide receiver Nico Collins had 4 catches for 77 yards in the loss, but left the game early with a concussion and is unlikely to play in Week 8. The Seahawks rushing attack with Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet combined for 115 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns. Wide receiver Jackson Smith-Njigba continued his breakout season, as Fish would call it, with another big game. 8 catches for 123 yards and a touchdown. He leads the NFL with 819 yards of the season. In second place is Jamar Chase with 629 yards and 190 yards behind JSN. I know this is what he wants me to do. He wants me to give a shout out to Jackson Njigba. I'm not doing it. I am not doing it, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm going to give a shout out, and I will get into the Buccaneers game. I'm going to give a shout out to the one guy the New York Jets should have kept, and that's Sam Darnold. Yes, Sammy baby, who had a great season last year with Minnesota. Minnesota decided, hey, you know what? We're going to go with the rookie. We're going to go with McCarthy. We think he's our future. They let Sam Darnold go to Seattle. He gets $100 million for 3 years. And you see what Sam Darnold's doing right now with McDonald as the head coach. Njigba is a nice weapon, but that's really all the weapons they have. They got a good running game, but they don't have top-end wide receivers, secondary wide receivers over there. They don't have guys like they've had over the years. So it's pretty incredible that you know where he's going, but you can't stop it. And Sam Darnold and Njigba have this connection, and you see it. Sam throws the ball, and Njigba's not even there. And Njigba.
Yeah, you all right over there?
I was trying to save myself over there.
Today, Junior.
This has been our first random episode of Sound It Out.
Oh, Jackson Smith-Njigba. He's always in the right place, and he's always at the right place at the right time. You see the difference in what Sam Darnold brings to the table, the arm strength, the ability that he has inside and out of the pocket. And Sam is still young. He's 27, 28 years old. He's still in the prime of his career. Remember, he was the youngest quarterback drafted in NFL history. When the Jets drafted him, he was 19 years old. 19. He wasn't even 20 years old when he was drafted by the New York Jets. I remember it. He wasn't 20 for a couple more weeks. I remember it, and it sickened me when the Jets decided to trade him for a 2nd and 4th round pick. And to see what Sam Darnold is doing now that he's developed, sickens me. Because you look at the New York Jets right now, they're 0-7, and Sam Darnold and the Seattle Seahawks, with barely any offensive weapons besides 2 running backs and a wide receiver, are 5-2. And everybody wants to give Njigba all the credit in the world when the guy that's throwing the ball is putting it right in his numbers. It is incredible what Sam Darnold is doing right now. He's in the top 5 and almost top 5, top 6 in almost every single statistic in the NFL right now. And guess what? He's not throwing interceptions. He's doing it in such a supreme way. It's unbelievable. And anybody that doesn't or still has a chance to bring in Sam Darnold in fantasy, well, you better pick him up because I'm sure a lot of people are lined up or have grabbed him one way or another. It is incredible what Sam Darnold, and that goes to Danny Dimes. The 2 New York quarterbacks, the 2 former New York quarterbacks are in the top 10 in almost every single statistic right now in the NFL, which makes me sick. And if you're a Giant fan or a Jet fan, it would make you throw the F up. And I'm throwing the F up right now. And I'll give you my F word if I could on this show. I'm not going to do it. Sometimes I do. I won't do it tonight. So, and the Texans have a good defense. Their offense, Nico Collins has been a shell of himself. The quarterback play, and I'm not blaming their quarterback. I'm not blaming I still think he's one of the best young quarterbacks in the league. I think he's put in a really bad position. This year, the offensive line, they decided to part ways with their tackle in the offseason, which has affected his game, their running game, which has affected their throwing game. You can see the difference. You ask any GM right now, what do you build first for a winning franchise? An offensive line. And what did this team have before they decided to part ways, not with 1, but 2 franchise offensive linemen? They won. And Stroud is a good quarterback, but this offensive line is not going to be able to hold up. And I'm going to tell you this right now, in the offseason, they're going to have to figure out not just the draft, finding veterans like Chicago did in the offseason on teams that are looking to move veteran players because they're trying to rebuild or build their offensive lines younger because they have a franchise quarterback, on helping CJ Stroud because they are not winning. And I'm going to tell you this right now, as good as their coach is, and their coach was, I think, coach of the year 2 years ago, he is on the hot seat at the end of the season. He will be on the hot seat for next year. Yeah. And it's crazy to say that, but that's how football is. You're here today and gone tomorrow. It is not the same football years of Tom Coughlin and Bill Belichick and Bill Parcells where they keep coaches. No. Go ask the Jets. Go ask the Giants. It doesn't work like that. When you lose, you're gone. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what's going to happen to the Texans. And I feel bad for CJ Stroud because he's in between it. As far as the Lions are concerned, the Lions are for real. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care who their coaching staff is, who their defensive coordinator is, and their offensive coordinator. They still have Campbell. And as far as I'm concerned, this was the coach of the year. Dave Campbell is the best coach, one of the top 2 coaches right now in the NFL. It doesn't matter what this team has on the sidelines when it comes to the coaching staff. When you have this man dancing and prancing around on the sidelines, flexing and doing the Hulkster with his hands during the game when he's scoring on the other team, again in the other team's stadiums.
Don't forget him chewing gum like he wants to kill the gum.
Chew the gum. I mean,
Whoa.
he looks like he's about to eat a cow, man. I mean,
Jabba, there should be a game show. Dan Campbell versus Pete Carroll gum chewing.
I called him Dave Campbell. I'm sorry. Dan Campbell. I called him Dave. I'm sorry. Dan Campbell.
Former Giants tight end Dan Campbell.
Yeah, we remember. It wasn't that great with the Giants, by the way.
He started with the Giants. He was good. He was Shockey's backup. That was a good 2 blocking tight end and a receiving tight end.
He was not a good tight end with the Giants.
He was fine.
Jeremy Shockey was a beast. Okay.
That was my first house. He was the owner before me.
Yeah, well, Jeremy is.
If those walls could talk, boy. Woo.
Let me tell you something about Jeremy Shockey, and I met Jeremy Shockey twice. Okay, that guy, all you got to do is say the wrong thing to him, and he will snap. That man will snap. I've seen a fan go up to him and ask him for his autograph and spoke about his season with the Saints and attacked his, him leaving the New York Giants. Dude, he didn't even want to sign the guy's autographs. He wanted to choke the guy. I remember it like it was yesterday. I'll never forget it. And Jeremy Shockey, I don't know him personally. I just know he's a head case. And the guy's got a nasty, nasty personality. He could be mean. So I could see why a lot of the Giant players, as Tiki Barber came out and said Jeremy Shockey was an ass. I've heard that. Eli Manning came out in a nice way and said he wasn't my cup of tea. I remember.
He's his own dude, that's for sure.
Yeah, and Tom Coughlin, I'll never forget what he said about Jeremy Shockey either. So, he's an interesting dude. I'm not gonna lie. So I've met a lot of ex-athletes, and I've built relationships with ex-athletes. He was an interesting one. I didn't build a relationship with him, but I got a chance to see the good side of Jeremy and the bad side of him very quickly. Jahmyr Gibbs is one of the best running backs in the league. When he's at the top of his game and this offensive line is playing at the top level of their game, I think this running game is as good as anybody's in football. I don't think anybody can compare to Dave Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. They're a 1-2 attack, a guy that's speedy on the outside and a guy that'll beat you inside over and over and over again until he tires you out, and then he opens up seams for Jahmyr Gibbs. This guy... Why the Lions decided to draft this guy as early as they did is because of his explosiveness of what they saw him in college and what they believed that this offense could be with him in it. You can see it. And St. Brown is one of the most underrated wide receivers we've seen in the last 20 years. And I say 20 years because there's another guy that I thought was very underrated who should be in the Hall of Fame right now, and that's Andre Johnson. Andre Johnson was special, but everybody forgot about him because he played for the Texans. And Andre Johnson, what he did and how he did it at such a high level with really nothing around him, okay? Nothing around him just tells you how special Andre Johnson was. And I think he was appreciated when he played for the Texans. I think people forget how great of a player Andre Johnson was. So if you were to ask me right now, not the
Hall of Famer, isn't he?
Not yet.
No, but he's been snubbed a lot.
He's been snubbed. He should be.
Andre Johnson's Hall of Famer.
Did he get into the Hall of Fame?
He is. Yeah, I'm trying to look up the year right now, but he's in the Hall of Fame.
I don't even remember when he got inducted into the Hall of Fame.
It was last year. It was last year. We talked about it last year.
All right, so he got in last year. There you go. So it took him how long to get into the Hall of Fame?
I just remember we must have talked about it. It's the only reason I know.
All right, so I see it tells you how much I forgot about it. But
well, he did retire in 2016.
2016.
So he had to wait a few years, yeah.
Few years.
What's
like 3 years, 5 years after you retire.
Almost 10 years.
What's the rule in football?
5 years after you retire, then you can get in after that. So
it took 9 years.
To wait.
It took him 9 years.
No. You have to. Everyone waits 5, and then your first ballot at that sixth year.
But it took 9 years for him to get into the Hall of Fame. You said last year, right? 9 years.
Well, he retired in 2016, so 2021 was the first year he was eligible.
It took 9 years. I understand, but it took. All right, 5 years after.
Yeah. So it's been 9 years since he retired that he got in. Yes, you're right. Technically,
9 years. It took him to get into the Hall of Fame.
He was great. He was great, man. And he had Matt Schaub throwing to him.
Dude, he had a horrible team. That team was horrible. And you go back and look at the talent he had around him. How many Hall of Famers did he have on that roster? Maybe one. And his whole time playing. And he was a Texan his whole career. He didn't jump ship like LeBron James did, which I'll get into a little bit later in the show. I honestly believe that Andre Johnson was misunderstood, misappreciated. And that goes to Mike Evans. Mike Evans going down with a broken collarbone. This kills me. This hurts me in my fantasy league. But it hurts also a team embarking on a chance to win a Super Bowl this year. Baker Mayfield is playing in a high level, at a high clip. And yeah, they have a good young wide receiver. They have Godwin, hopefully, if he can stay healthy. And they got a great running game with a two-headed monster over there. I'm going to tell you this right now. Losing Mike Evans, if he doesn't come back at any point in the playoffs, is a huge, huge loss. Ask Tom Brady. Tom Brady went to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because of Mike Evans. I've heard him say it numerous amount of times on why he decided to go to the Buccaneers.
What week did he come back in last year? Because he was hurt. Was it like 13 or 14 last
I think
year?
he was hurt. I think he was hurt week 7 of last year, and
he came back. He came back. He was up and down all season, but he still put
he
up
got
numbers.
that 1,000 yards the last game of the season to keep his streak going. But it was obviously not the same type of year that he's, had most of his career.
He still put up the numbers.
Still pretty damn good, though.
Yeah, he's special. And again, Brandon Marshall, I came out and I said, Brandon Marshall, if Brandon Marshall doesn't get into the Hall of Fame, Mike Evans is a borderline Hall of Famer. They're identical with the numbers.
Mike Evans is first ballot, dude. First
No, he's
ballot.
not. No, he's not.
He has never had a season less than 1,000 yards
He's
in
not.
every year of his entire career. And he
either
has
did
Super Bowl.
Brandon Marshall for
Super Bowl.
10 years. Brandon Marshall for I think 10 or 11 years in a row had 1,000 or more yards in his career.
No one's done it but Evans, I think. But as far as because I don't think Marshall maybe did his first couple of years.
Oh, look
maybe,
at Brandon Marshall. Bring it up. Bring up his numbers. I'm telling you right
side
now.
by side.
Brandon Marshall's the only thing that Mike Evans has more than Brandon Marshall right now is touchdowns. Brandon Marshall had 80, and I think Mike Evans has 109 or something of that magnitude. I don't know, but Mike Evans also had Tom Brady throwing him the ball. Okay, I mean Brandon Marshall, who had who? I mean,
Jay Cutler,
Mr. Cutlets himself. I mean, Cutlets. I used to call him Jay Cutlets. Smokey J, because he was probably smoking J's, but before he got on the
his
football
favorite
field.
quarterback.
All right, you're gonna like this one, Errol. Evans already has better stats than Marshall had in his entire career. He has 500 more yards and 24 more touchdowns, but
What
has
does that mean?
120
What does that
less
mean?
catches.
I'm talking about Brandon Marshall still being a Hall of Famer. And
I know. I'm saying that Mike Evans is gonna be first ballot Hall of Fame.
I don't think so.
I think there's no doubt.
Torrey Holt should be a first
Same
ballot
amount of Pro
Torrey
Bowls.
Holt should be a first ballot Hall of Famer, and he's not. Okay.
Do you
Just don't
think
tell
though
me.
being on one team your whole career helps him though,
I don't think so.
as opposed to Brandon Marshall,
I don't think
who's
so.
been on was on like 5 teams?
Reggie Wayne should be a first ballot Hall of Famer. He wasn't.
I guess, but like we're talking about Mike Evans. I think he's just a
Yeah, we are
different dude
talking
than a
about
lot
Mike
of those
Evans.
guys.
We're talking about him.
So say Mike Evans, this is it. Say this is his last year with the injury now, and these are his numbers. He has better numbers than Brandon Marshall by
That's
a lot.
fine, but it's a different game. When Brandon Marshall, remember, the game is opened up. It's a different league now. Different rules, different changes.
Errol, you're probably right about this. I need to know from Jabba, is that a new bag of popcorn? Or do you just have like is that just like the deepest bag of popcorn?
You know what it is with
there ever
Jabba?
was?
He loves his popcorn. I love my cheese doodles.
He knows that when we go back and forth, it's gonna be get the popcorn ready, man. Get the popcorn ready.
I keep it right next to my desk now.
He's got the Nebraska accent. It keeps him in my kicks.
Jabba has it saved for the next Daniel Jones debates.
Hey,
I'm waiting.
I'm just straightforward, man. I'm going to tell you this. Mike Evans is special, but so is Brandon Marshall. And Brandon Marshall, Torrey Holt should be in the Hall of Fame.
I don't disagree with all that. I think Torrey Holt gets knocked down because he was playing on that loaded team with Isaac Bruce as well. It took Bruce a while to get into the Hall of Fame too. But look, I don't disagree with you. I just think Mike Evans, what he's done in his career, he's never had a bad season in his entire life.
Let me ask you a
It's
question.
never
Was Mike Evans ever the best wide receiver in the league?
I think he might have been for a couple of seasons, but it was close. He was never the runaway best guy.
I never remembered him as the best wide receiver in the league.
He was he ever less than top 5 though for like 10 years?
But he wasn't number one. And to be first ballot Hall of Famer, you got to be. Calvin Johnson was the best wide receiver 10 years straight. Everybody said.
Why they knocked him though, because he only played 9 or 10 years, right? They took it against him.
That Detroit team was horrible. They were bad. They were horrible.
I don't blame him. Same thing as Barry Sanders.
His fingers are like, yuck.
Oh yeah, he got banged up. Like you know how Dion's feet are all like to the point where he's got like 7 toes left now. Calvin Johnson's hands started looking like that, and that's when you retire. You got enough money. He has a pretty profitable cannabis business, if I'm not mistaken, going now. You see him on commercials all the time.
Yes, he does.
And you know, wishing him
No,
the
he's
best. That
big
guy was an
right
awesome
now.
football
He's
player. to
bigger than
watch.
you think, too.
Yeah, wasn't he like he had like when they did the sports science stuff, they started it when he was around and like he was just like a 99 and like that like that weird thing. Where
Yeah.
they show you like the characteristics, just unbelievable, great at everything. And he
P.S.
played in an
why did
option
that
offense
show-
in college.
Why did that show stop? I loved that show.
I think the guy actually died. That did
Yeah.
it.
Yeah,
I
he
think
did.
that's what happened. And I think it
I'm a
wasn't like a
dickhead,
story they wanted
sorry.
people to know about.
You know, he works with the cannabis organization with somebody that was supposed to be on our show, running back that played for Miami. Speedy, could you guess who it is?
Ricky Williams.
Ricky Williams.
Right.
Well, he actually runs a dispensary and a company with Ricky Williams. And Ricky Williams was supposed to come on our show and then backed out at the last minute because he wanted to make a little mucho dinero, and he wanted us to buy into his, whatever he was doing. So,
And then we had another guy that was a co-host of our show for 3 months that also loved his weed.
That's true too.
When we did it, like that guy was like must have been going through like $100 of weed every episode he was on.
Oh my god!
And a Shake Shack.
Oh my god!
And buying fast food.
Shake Shack, driving with his daughters in the car when he's smoking. I mean, on our show, that's a national show, and he's smoking and getting high with his 2 daughters in the back seat.
Well, just a little buzz, I guess.
Let's reach out to Sean. We'll see if he comes.
There's no chance Sean's coming on.
No, because I'll tell you guys a quick story. If nobody knows the story, I might as well do it. I don't care. I'll throw Sean under the bus, and he's got a problem with me. Anytime he has a problem with me, he can call the show. Sean Smith attacked Speedy off air. He attacked him. And I'm not going to tell you what he said, but he attacked him and didn't like something that Speedy said to him. And Speedy, says a lot of things that he doesn't sometimes understand in his wording. And Sean attacked him. And if people want to know why Sean, and honestly, it didn't work out. His job was just a better fit. And there's no doubt about that. Sean Smith said something to Speedy that I didn't like, and I told him to go F himself. And I told him, don't talk to any of my guys like that. And if you got a problem with any of my guys, you could talk to me on that. And he told me to go F myself. And he told me, who the hell do you think you are? And I said, who the hell do you think you are? You come on the show, you smoke, you don't prepare, you don't do anything right. And you're going to come on this show and try to call any of us out on what we do when you don't even know how to be professional. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to know what happened to Sean Smith, it was Sean Smith's own doing why he's no longer with us, and thank God he's not. Okay, that's all I'm going to say
about it.
Already.
Was it like a year and a half ago now?
Thank God. I'm so happy that we found a new partner and a guy that has a little bit more understanding of respect and a little bit more of preparing instead of smoking weed and getting drunk whenever he wanted to. Drinking scissorp, as he calls it. Remember that?
He would really do the show, like be in his car?
Oh my God, dude. What he did.
bad.
Dude, he did an interview in his shower.
That's kind of cool, though.
That's
why he got him on the show, because that actually wasn't that bad. Then he would try to be on the show from like a girls' basketball game in like a loud gym. It just was ridiculous.
Dude,
He did the first part of the interview in his bathroom, then he was laying on his bed with his like mac and cheese or something like that.
Dude, that guy was out of his effing mind. He was
twisting something up constantly the whole show.
He's probably twisting something in his ass after the show. I mean, seriously. And the chicken that he eats, I mean, he was eating these big broth chicken wings I've never seen before in my life. It looked like he was killing chickens in the back of his yard. I mean, seriously, the guy was nuts. I'm sorry. If I ever seen Sean Smith in person, I'd tell him right to his face. That's the truth.
Where did you find this character?
I didn't find him anything.
We reached out to him like any other guest we've reached out to. He came on actually, I think a couple weeks after you did Job the first time.
Dude, he was nuts. And I loved his nuttiness because I'm nutty, but he's a little out there with his takes, and I don't think he studied what he was saying. But when he was talking about it, he went and he went around in a circle, and then it was like trying to play pin the tail on the donkey. He always missed the tail. Anyways, our deuce of the day.
The deuce of the day.
You, not a log. I don't have a log, but
All right, ladies and gentlemen, quickly, our deuce of the day goes to the gremlin himself. Yes, the one and only Travis Hunter. As everybody was praising him on his 100-yard day, his first 100-yard day and his first touchdown in his NFL career, we look back at it, and they were down, what was it, 34-0 at one point, or 35-0. He had 35 yards going into the fourth quarter. As I got text messages from Keith and everybody else that has this love fest for this moron. And this guy had 70 yards or 65 yards in the fourth quarter. And you know what I could say about this? This guy is not only one of the most overrated players we ever seen come out of a draft. It's the fact that after the game, his girlfriend went on social media saying, finally, yes, attacking her own husband. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, his own woman attacking Travis the Gremlin Hunter. What does that smell? It smells like the dirty dookie coming out of her ass when he's licking it. That's what it goes to. That's my deuce of the day. Once again, to the one and only Travis the Gremlin Hunter. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, I know you were going to like that fish. I went offset on that. Had to. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we will be talking to WFAN Yankee postgame host, SNY Yankee analyst, Fox Sports college basketball broadcast, my friend and my new friend, Emmanuel Barberi. But first, our Sports Minute with the one and only Fisherman himself.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, everybody. Aaron Fishman here with another Sports Minute. We've got a couple of stories for you before we get into the scores this evening. All-time NBA point leader LeBron James reportedly is in no rush to return to the court. ESPN's Shams Charania reported on the Pat McAfee show earlier on Wednesday that James will be very, very patient with his sciatica injury. Back on September 30th, apparently, James's team met with Lakers management and gave them a directive to be, quote-unquote, overly cautious with LeBron in the early season to keep him fresh for, hopefully, a long playoff run. There is plenty of reason for LeBron to expect to make the playoffs with Luka Doncic playing on the same team as him. Yet without James in the opener on Tuesday, the Lakers fell to Steph Curry and the Warriors 119-109 at home. Coach JJ Redick said after the loss he was thinking of James during a timeout in the third quarter. Well, JJ is going to have to keep dreaming on it, as it appears LeBron is going to take his sweet time getting back, as he will turn 41 soon in December. For the first time in Major League Baseball history, an NCAA manager was plucked straight from college and named manager in the MLB. University of Tennessee coach Joe Vitello was named manager of the San Francisco Giants earlier on Wednesday. I'm incredibly honored and grateful for this opportunity, Vitello said in a statement. I'm excited to lead this group of players and represent the San Francisco Giants. I can't wait to get started and work to establish a culture that makes the Giants faithful proud. Vitello, who's 47, will join a Giants squad that finished 81-81 and missed the playoffs for the fourth straight season. General Manager Buster Posey said in a statement, "We're thrilled to welcome Tony to the Giants family. Tony is one of the brightest, most innovative, and most respected coaches in college baseball today. Throughout our search, Tony's leadership, competitiveness, and commitment to developing players stood out. His ability to build strong, cohesive teams and passion for the game aligned perfectly with the values of our organization. We look forward to the energy and direction he will bring, along with the memories to be made as we focus on the future of Giants baseball." Vitello in Tennessee won the national championship in last season in NCAA, and Vitello is responsible for turning around a bad program when he took over in 2018 and leading them to 3 College World Series appearances and a 341-131 record. Vitello is also known for a large personality, which have reportedly bothered a bunch of other SEC schools when they played, and especially when they recruited against each other. It appears we are in for a fun ride one way or another with the Giants going forward. In hockey this evening, it's 2-0 Devils over the Wild at the end of the second. 12:03 left in the second. 1-0 Red Wings over the Sabres in Buffalo. And just getting started, the Flames and Canadiens are scoreless. In basketball this evening, the Knicks in their opener are up 79-72 on the Cavs with 5:19 remaining in the third. Also in the third, 90-76, the Hornets have a lead over the Nets. It's 2:50 left in the third. The Heat 85, Magic 81. At the half, the Raptors 65, Hawks 59. Also at the half, 57-51, Sixers over the Celtics in Boston. 9:16 left in the second, 40-25 Bulls over the Pistons early. 41-36 Pelicans on top of the Grizzlies first half of the second quarter. Similar amount of time gone by in Milwaukee. It's 53-39 Bucks over the Wizards. Still to come tonight, Jazz and Clippers, Mavs and Spurs, Suns and Kings, and Trailblazers and Timberwolves. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Job on the Mouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify, now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe to all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos that you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our guest on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
What is this? We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Yo, guys, BB, I want you for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
631 672 3108. What is it? DMX over here? Yes, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, the one and only Errol Marks, my co-host, the flamethrower himself, and hopefully he's not flaming in other places, Jabba Chamberlain and Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth, every 6 Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all the shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And before we get our guest in, our show is brought to you by Omaha Steaks. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're a Jabba in the Mouth fan, well, you can get 10% off every single piece of meat you like. Speedy, you like your meat, right? What do you like? Everything. You like it cut thick? What do you like?
Depends on what it is.
What it is. So you like your thick sausages, the dark ones, right? Everything. Ladies and gentlemen, if you go to www.omahasteaks.com/Jabba in the Mouth, or go to our website at worldwidesportsradio.com and click the Omaha Steaks logo, you get 10% off any kind of steak. You can cut it short. You can cut it thick. You can cut it fat. You can cut it anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, 10% off if you hit the Jabba and the Mouth link. And now, ladies and gentlemen, he is waiting calmly and carefully, as always. We like to say that, and he is a first-time guest on Jabba and the Mouth. We are now talking to WFAN Yankee postgame host, SNY Yankee analyst, and Fox Sports college basketball broadcaster, Emmanuel Barbari. What's up, Manny?
What's up? Thanks for having me. That's a great graphic right there. I'm honored to be on, and yeah, that's a really nice. I'm like hovering over Yankee Stadium right there, which is nice. Thanks for having me, guys.
Did anybody ever tell you that you look sexy there? I mean, did your mom ever said you look sexy in that picture? I mean, that picture's been all over social media. So, and you're wearing these nice suits. Where did you get this style? I mean, who taught you how to dress like that?
You know, no one taught me. I kind of just throw it together. And if you think that looks sexy, you know, we're even more friends than I thought.
I will say the lapel matching your tie, solid. That's the very underrated look.
Yeah. And what's funny is like I have such a lack of knowledge for fashion that I didn't even plan that. It's just by chance that the lapel matched the tie. So I appreciate that it came off that way.
You know, it's interesting when people watch this show and they say, well, Errol wears these like tank tops. And you look at guys like Mr. McAfee, who's been doing that for a long, long time. He copied me because I've been doing this a lot longer than Mr. McAfee, and Pat's been doing it for, ever since he started, and everybody says it's his style. He took the style from me. I'll never get credit for it, but we're not here to talk about me. We're here to talk about you. We're here to talk about the Yankees. And the New York Yankees fell short once again this year, but it wasn't because of Aaron Judge. He hit 500. He did what he was supposed to do. It was really because of this lousy pitching staff in the playoffs. Max Fried choked. Rodon choked. And this is what the Yankees invested in. They invested into pitching in the offseason. They added Bellinger. Bellinger really didn't do anything like we thought he was going to do in the playoffs. When all season long he was hitting over 300 against lefties, he was one of the best left-handed hitters in all of baseball. What do you think happened to the Yankees? Why did the Yankees fall short?
I think what you said is perfect. Like, if I went into that Toronto series and you asked me if the Yankees lose, what's going to happen, I never would have predicted that the starting pitching would be that poor against the Blue Jays. Now, they struggled against Toronto all year, but Fried and Rodon, when you think about what they gave the Yankees in the regular season, especially in a year without Garrett Cole, that was astronomical stuff. They made every single start. They were two of the best pitchers in baseball, let alone two of the best left-handers in baseball. Rodon had by far his best year as a Yankee. Fried had as good of a first year as you could have getting that big of a contract. And against Toronto, those two starts were the two worst Fried-Rodon starts we saw all season. There's no start you could pull up. You go up the game logs, you can watch any start this year. There's no Fried and Rodon start that was as bad as what we saw against the Toronto Blue Jays. So you can talk about the lineup. Yeah, Aaron Judge didn't have a lot of help in this postseason. It was different in that he hit and everyone else really didn't hit. But you can't win with that type of pitching. They allowed 34 runs in 4 games. You're not going to win a series that way.
Yeah, Java.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, it's what with Garrett going out and you obviously being around it and we see it from afar. What kind of impact did he have from the other side of it? Because, it sucks when you can't be in there, especially a guy that loves to compete like he does. Did you notice, was there a different passion or a different perspective that he tried to take, being that he knew he wasn't going to back? And then obviously with Cam coming in, doing what he did he play a bigger role than you guys anticipated just from the competitor that he is, or did you think it was going to go the way it did?
That's a really good question because Garrett Cole has always liked to teach, but it's easier to teach when you're part of the starting rotation, right? And you're that ace and that guy that people lean on and that veteran. And then it's like, all right, I'm out all year. Now I'm around the team more down the stretch. How much can I share? How much do I feel comfortable sharing? So I think he did a good job striking the balance, and he was a big reason why the starting pitching finished as well as it did up until the postseason. And for guys like Schlittler and even Warren, he was a big part of their growth and development this year. But I think he felt more comfortable as he started to, because a lot of this year was rehab for him and making sure he got over the initial hump. And then once he started to be a little bit more part of the fabric down the stretch, I think his voice started to get heard almost as much, not all the way there, but almost as much as if he was that ace leading the rotation. So I think he made a big impact, but at a certain point, you just got to leave things to chance. And Toronto was a better team this year, and I think that's why you saw the pitching, not maybe to that level, but fall flat in the postseason. But Garrett Cole was a huge impact, I think, especially the final 4 or 5 weeks of the season.
So impressions of Schlittler, obviously the postseason is where he got broke out kind of from a national standpoint, but he's pitched really well the first 3 months since he came up with the Yankees. What were your thoughts on him?
He's really impressive, man. I think the sky's the limit with what he can do. And Aaron Boone said this, and I agree with this assessment. His floor is really high. Like when you throw 101 with ease, you're only going to get hit by so many teams. So I think we saw a lot of that his first few starts as the league hadn't really seen him before. And yeah, he'd get hit a little bit, but his floor was 5 innings and 2 runs. That's a good start. And I think that's what made you so excited about him. And I also liked how he adjusted second times facing teams. Like the first team he faced twice, I think it was Tampa, and he pitched almost a perfect game. He was through 6 2/3, I believe, perfect innings against Tampa the second time through. So that makes you excited, like his adjustments against a particular given lineup. And then I was fully confident going into the postseason, given his confidence, his demeanor, like his makeup that they talk about is so good. It checks every box. I thought he'd have a good start against Boston, minimum. But, that's not one of the best starts we've ever seen from a rookie pitcher in the postseason. That's one of the best starts we've ever seen from anybody in the postseason. So he's special. I think a lot of things have to go right to have a prolonged career. You need health. You're going to need a lot of things to go your way. Like, it's not all up to you. But if everything, goes as according to plan, I think he'll be anchoring this rotation for years to come.
Is he as big in person as he looks on TV?
Yeah, he's imposing. I think he has that perfect, pitcher's, I guess, frame where he's kind of tantalizing in that he's not overly muscular, but he's tall, he's lean, and I'm sure if you're facing him as a hitter, he explodes at you because what is he, 6'6"? So
you've been closer than we have.
Yeah, no. When I walk up to him in the clubhouse, and I'm 6'5", you should know that about me, but I'm not. I'm not athletic. I'm not athletic. I can kind of be eye to eye with him, but he's like, what I'm saying about his athletic frame is he's so much more of a guy you look at and say, whoa, like that's a guy I don't want to face.
Wait a second, Manny. You're not going to give yourself any credit for any kind of.
I can't give myself credit. Yeah. Especially we're talking about me walking up to Cam Schlittler in the clubhouse. I can't be like, oh, I'm 6'5" and he's 6'6". No, let's see here. 6'6", 225. I'm 6'5", like 210, but a lot less muscle than Cam Schlittler.
You got those like thin stilt legs. He's got. I got it. I got what you're saying.
That's why he can outside of the athletic gifts. That's why he can throw 101 and I would throw like 68.
Well, if anybody doesn't know who we're talking about, we're talking to WFAN's Yankee postgame host, SNY's Yankee analyst, and Fox Sports college basketball broadcaster, Mr. Manny Barbari. But I call him Manny. It's Emmanuel Barbari. But Manny, I want to get into the Aaron Boone saga because a lot of people hate Aaron Boone. I don't know why they hate him, because if you look at what he has done as a Yankee manager, he's been successful. He hasn't won a World Series. Joe Girardi won one World Series in 2009. Jabba knows all about it because he was a part of that. But he's never won a World Series. But if you look at his record, you look at his consistency, he's one of the most consistent managers in the major leagues. You would say in Yankee history, he's one of the top 5 managers of all time. When you look at his back end of what people are saying on the back end and what he is, what you see as a manager, why do you think people don't like him? Why do you think people want him gone?
Yeah, I think it has less to do with everything you laid out and the fact that he can manage his team and manage it effectively. And behind the scenes, he does. But when you're the Yankee manager, Jabba knows this. We all know this. You're in the hottest of spotlights. And if you don't win, naturally, you could be anybody. The criticism is going to come your way, and he just hasn't gotten over that highest mountain. And a lot of Yankee fans, even the youngest ones, long for the days of 2009 and how dominant that team was, and some postseason magic that's been elusive in recent years. So, yeah, he can manage his team. He can manage it effectively, and we've seen it. In their ability to get to the postseason. And I think personally, there's only so much he can do. Other years, it's just been, there are better teams in the American League. Like those years against Houston, they were better. So you can only manage what's given to you. And I think, 2024, we saw a team that was on paper the best team in the American League. And they went out and went to the World Series and lost to the Dodgers. We all know what happened in that series. This year was interesting because I think you could have made the case the Yankees were the best team in the American League. But Toronto had some secret sauce where they had the right balance of players. Sometimes you can't quantify it. There's a special, it factor with the group. I think Toronto has that right now. And they have the right balance of superstar and role player, and they all know their roles and they're playing it. So you look on paper, Toronto's not better than the Yankees. But are they the better team right now? Absolutely. Aaron Boone can only do so much about that.
Manny, here's the secret sauce. It was Jazz Jism, okay? That was the secret sauce. Jabba shakes his head. I don't call him Chisholm. I call him Jism because this man goes out there week in, week out. He has his own appearance, his own thoughts with his thick chain, his manipulation, and he goes out there. We're the best. We have the best defense. We have the best this. We're this. We're that. We're the best. We're going to win a World Series. Da, 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 da. And then when it goes to the big game and the mistakes that this man makes, he doesn't get put center stage. And who takes the responsibility for that? Aaron Boone does. And I'm going to go back to Alex Rodriguez and Derek Jeter after that game. They didn't blame Jazz. They went after Brian Cashman. They went after, I don't know, Aaron Boone. And saying that Aaron Boone should have put him in a better position and this and this and that. And probably speak up and speak to Jazz, not to open his mouth when he's out there and he's speaking to the press the way he does. There's just so much here. And they got to pay this guy in the offseason. And I just don't want him. I don't want him on my team. Yeah. If I was the manager of this team or the GM of this team, I don't want him.
Yeah, I wouldn't assume they're going to pay him in the offseason. If I had to give you a gut instinct right now, there's a short-term marriage, not a long-term marriage between Jazz and the Yankees. I'm not saying it can't happen, but are you really – like, this guy's going to make big money. You look at his numbers and you look at the type of player he can be and also – what he can do in a walk year, especially if he's motivated to go out and get that contract. I think this is perfect for the Yankees in terms of cashing in on this walk year. I think he's going to have a massive season this year and go out and get a contract. But who's going to give him that contract? This might get out of hand for what the Yankees are comfortable paying their second baseman. But yeah, the question becomes, you can have players like Jazz on your team, but how many of them? You know, there's a balance with everything. And Jazz, sometimes I think you're looking at a guy who's ultra talented and can do a million things at an elite level on the baseball field. But is it consistent? Is it coming in the right situations? Is he taking what the situation's given to him? You know, runner on third, less than 2 outs. What is he trying to do? How's he approaching that at bat? So I don't know. I like a guy like Jazz because he's very fun to watch at times, very talented. He can go on these hot streaks, but it really depends on how you want to build your team. And there's only so much room for players like him. You can only have so many of them.
Now, if you listen to this show, you know I don't like him. And I'll tell you this, because I know Jabba loves this guy. I know he shakes his head, but he has this like love fetish for him. I don't know what it is, but I don't get it. I don't get it.
Good player.
Yeah, we talk about it all the time. If you look at a 162 replica of what the season would be, he was the best second baseman in baseball. It's just, I mean, and I'm going by that. And yes, were there times where he opened his mouth, but I think you're 100% right where you have to have the pieces of the puzzle, right? Like we brought in Swisher, and that was a piece of the puzzle that is kind of Jazz-esque in that, I guess, situation of however you want to look at it. But you can't have too many of them because it's just it doesn't work. You have to have the bits and pieces of, is he going to get paid? Yes, 100%. Are they willing to pay it? But also, I think there's so many other pieces of that puzzle that have to come together to figure out where this team wants to get and what they're going to do. So my question is, where in this offseason, where do you think they attack first? Because for me, there's a lot of ways they could go about it. Do you make Belly a priority? Is that something that you do? Do you go look for somebody? Do you try to reinforce the pen? You don't know what's going to happen there. So there's, I mean, this is every team. We're not just talking about the Yankees, but where do you think, let's put it to the way, where would you go? Right. And where do you think they will go?
Yeah, really good question. So, I like the Swisher comparison because that added some juice. You know it, being in there to that team, and also like Swisher was a guy who wasn't batting fifth; he was batting eighth, and like that's where you could utilize a guy like Jazz in a great way, where he's hitting it near the bottom of your lineup. That's a great player and a great piece for your team. So I think it's all how you build it out and the different components. I'm going to give you what they're going to do and what I would do. I think they're going to re-up Cody Bellinger, and I have no problem with that. I think he was a really good Yankee, sort of a match made in heaven when he arrived this year, and he can play four positions really well defensively.
Underrated too defensively, I think.
Underrated, which is rare. He can run the bases real. But I think there are some questions. Okay, he's not old, but he's a little older than some of the other options out there. How does he project long term? Are you going to give him a 6-year deal? Where's the Yankees cutoff? I wouldn't call it a slam dunk they re-sign him, but I think they want to re-sign him. It's all going to depend on the market and where it goes. And of course, he's repped by Boris, so he's probably going to get top dollar coming off this year. What I would do, I think Kyle Tucker is a better player. I think that swing fits perfectly in Yankee Stadium. That's a guy who complements Aaron Judge super well in the lineup. And I'm not sure how many. I thought after 2022, Judge would never have another 62 homer type season again. I'm like, he'll have good years, but he'll never have that type of year. Well, 2 years since 2022, he's had a better, more well-rounded season than he even had in 2022. So I'm not sure exactly when his prime is going to expire, but I want a guy to hedge that. I Kyle Tucker type, when Judge starts to decline, I think Kyle Tucker is still in his prime. And you could have him right alongside Judge in that outfield. And that's the Yankee of old type of move where you have the best player on the market, you go and get the best player on the market and go all in for that championship. Not to say Bellinger can't do it. I think they probably will end up re-signing Bellinger, but I would go really big and try to get Tucker in here.
See, Manny, we see eye to eye here. We see eye to eye here because I've been saying this all season. Go get Kyle Tucker. I don't care what he did in the second half. I don't care what he did in the last month. I care about what he can do in Yankee Stadium with that unbelievable bat. You put him behind, you put him in front of Aaron Judge. You're talking about a middle of a lineup that you're going to have to pitch to one of these guys. And I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. Go ahead.
How about this one? So they're not going to do this, but here's what I would do. You have a lot of money coming off the books this year. You have a lot of payroll flexibility. I understand you maybe have a lockout looming, so some owners might be tentative to go crazy in this offseason. But a 2009 style Yankee offseason, like we're talking about it, go re-sign Bellinger and add Tucker. You know, Bellinger is just retaining. That is keeping your team as is. So you're hoping things roll back the same way. Tucker's an addition. So I hesitate to go into an offseason saying our big move is going to be Cody Bellinger because you already had that guy. You know, that's part of your team. If you want to improve on what you did. So I'm not saying it's going to happen. What I would do, though, with a lot of money coming off the books this offseason, if you could grab both, great. If not, you have to decide between Dominguez and Spencer Jones who's going to play every day next year. Because if one of them is not playing every day, I'm sorry, they have to get trade it.
Get rid of Dominguez. I don't want to see him anymore. I'm done with, what do they call him, the Martian? I've seen enough.
Oh, okay. Tell me, as you've covered baseball long enough and we've been fans, don't you have to do something to earn a nickname like the Martian?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know the kid. I think he has tremendous talent.
Right.
But I'm old school. Like, you've got to earn the name, right? Like, I don't care what you did in the minor leagues. You got to earn that because that's a dope nickname.
It's a great nickname, and I think we're all in agreement. You got to earn a nickname like that. In his defense, this nickname, I think it was a Jeff Passan article back when he was 16 years old when the Yankees initially signed him. And I don't know where it came from, but he got dubbed the Martian. It was maybe in the article or somebody had given him that name on the side, and Passan looked into it. Like,
yeah, because I think it's because it's billed, right? Because
I almost feel for him. He got billed the Martian at 16 years old before he had played a professional game. And I feel like he's getting these comparisons to Mickey Mantle. Like, who gets compared to Mickey Mantle at 16 years old? So this guy could end up being a really good major league player, maybe not a star. He could be solid. He could be good. And I look at it, when you sign somebody at 16 years old, they turn into a good major league player. That is a major success. A lot of guys flop. A lot of guys don't turn into good players. So the fact you're like putting these Mantle-esque expectations on him, he's handled it well. He has a good head on his shoulders, Dominguez, but it's unfortunate that got labeled that early because people started setting these sky-high lofty expectations.
Groba.
All right, quickly, because I know you got to go soon. What is your World Series pick, and who wins World Series MVP?
Ooh. All right, so I'm going to be pulling for Toronto a little bit. Like, it's an awful matchup for Yankee fans. Like, it's a team that beat you in a division rival and a team that beat you last year in a rival.
I have to root for Max Scherzer and Chris Bassett or the Dodgers.
It's bad all the way around, but I like the Toronto people. I have some people, like, broadcast-wise that are really good friends, and I would like to see them get a ring. So I'll be rooting for them in the upset. It'll also be a nice story if they upset the Dodgers. But I don't see them winning this series. I think the Dodgers are just they're a juggernaut. They're too good right now. The pitching between Snell and Yamamoto and Glasnow and what Ohtani did, that's a game of the ages, and Sasaki's closing games. It's ridiculous right now what the Dodgers are. I don't think it's going to be a rollover situation. People are saying like Dodgers in 4, Dodgers in 5. No way. I think Toronto's pesky enough and they have enough fight. This series will go like 6 games, maybe not 7, but 6 games. But I see the Dodgers winning the series, and Ohtani will be the MVP because he hasn't hit all postseason. I'm a big law of averages guy. Like, he didn't hit all postseason. He steps up in game 4 and has a game of all time. That to me is a carryover. He's going to have a massive World Series.
Manny, I consider you a friend now, and you just upset me. I mean, you and Jabba. Jabba has been absolutely killing me on this show. We go back and forth with Aaron Judge and Ohtani. Who's the best player in the league? I got Judge. He's got Ohtani. I've made my points. He's made his points. And I don't want to hear this guy. I don't want to hear about Shohei Ohtani anymore.
So you know what? I was a little Ohtani'd out after a while because like Ohtani. You got to appreciate the talent first and foremost. And number two, when you hear it all the time, I compare it to being a Jet fan, which I unfortunately am. And after years of Tom Brady just steamrolling you, you're not mad at Tom Brady anymore. You're just like, we stink and this guy's great. So there's a Tom Brady moment for Shohei Ohtani where I watch him in game 4 against the Brewers. I'm like, I'm tired of complaining about him. He's so good. I just have to appreciate it.
Well, hold on.
I hate saying this, but it's a rollover moment for me. This is a Tom Brady moment for Shohei Ohtani.
Tom Brady? You bring up Tom Brady. We just had Rob Ninkovich on the show the other day. He went back and forth with me. He loves the fact that I'm a Jet fan. And we went back and forth. He made some jokes. He was part of the butt fumble. He brings up Mark Sanchez after Mark Sanchez just got arrested and could go to jail. I mean, I just can't catch a break as a Jet fan. Every single time. It doesn't matter if I have a Patriot on the show or I have some other player from the Giants on the show.
Or Lorenzo Alexander.
Lorenzo Alexander too.
You know what? We got to figure out how to complete a pass first, and then we can talk about everything else. I'm just so I was at the game this weekend, and that was the worst football game I've ever watched. Yeah, 13-6 against the Carolina Panthers. It doesn't get much worse than that. So I'm all into your misery about the Jets, and I'm tired of hearing about all these guys. We got to figure out how we can get a quarterback on the field who can complete like a basic pass, and that we can take step 1 towards restoring this franchise.
Ready? Here's the answer for all ages. You guys ready? I'm going to give you the lowdown before Manny goes, and Manny, we can talk off air. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. His name is Fernando Mendoza. I have said this. Josh has been saying it. That is the guy. Jets, don't screw this up. Don't win a game and put us in a position where we don't get the guy. This always happens.
Keep Aaron Glenn just for the sake of going 0-17.
100%.
Like don't do anything stupid here, like you did last year, firing Salah in week 5. What was it? Keep Aaron Glenn, go 0-17, and then get your pick at the quarterback. Because at this rate, if you keep everything in place, they're going 0-17. So keep it that way.
I agree with you. Keep Aaron Glenn. And if you look at Aaron Glenn and compare him to Robert Saleh, as everybody says this was an all-time worst coach. Aaron Glenn, besides 2 games, is in every single one of the games, and he doesn't have a quarterback that can complete a pass. That says a lot about Aaron Glenn as a head coach. That's
Let's get him a quarterback. Mendoza. Get a Mendoza and go from there.
Love you, Manny. We'll talk to you soon, and we'll get you on the show again. You're fantastic. Keep up the good work, and we'll talk to you soon.
Appreciate you guys. Good to see you. Have a good one.
Emmanuel Babari. He's fantastic. Fantastic, great personality. Does a great job on SNY and WFAN and Yankees. He's great. He really is. He's a good guy. And I got a chance to speak to him a little bit. And it was funny how we bumped into each other. We were at Flynn's. It was at the last day Flynn's was open. And he was walking around. I knew who he was, and it was just funny. It was just a funny thing. There were a lot of MSG people there working for MSG, SNY. I'm like, I know her, I know him, and I'm like, why is everybody here? And then I figure out why everybody's there. Miley Cyrus's sister was DJing that day at the place, and I'm like, and she's not very good, by the way. She looks just like Miley, by the way, but not the best. I might have to teach her a thing or two. I just, that's all I'm going to say. Jabba wants to see the P's and the Q's or whatever he calls it, and the C's and the D's. Jabba, anytime you want to come and watch me, and I'm going to send you a mix. You tell me your favorite music. I will mix it for you.
I like all music.
You like all music, but what is your favorite? I mean, you got to give me some. You like house music?
I like any. I mean, if you're putting a mix together, then show me what you got. You should be able to give me something that's good.
I like that. I like that. Challenge him to make him.
Show me what I got. Show me what I got. Okay.
What do you got, kid?
I'll show you what I got. You know. Meaty doesn't have much in his pants, but you know. Anyways, that was Manny Babari. He was fantastic. Thank you to him for joining us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Fish's Play of the Week.
Something is great about sports. You play to win the game. Hello? You play to win the game.
This is Play of the Week.
All right, guys, welcome back to Fish's Play of the Week. I got one. I already showed this highlight tonight because the play was so great. We're going to go and talk about it in greater detail. It is the Jahmyr Gibbs 78-yard touchdown run on seemingly a play where nobody touches him at all. And you guys are smart enough to know, listening and watching along on us on the internet, that doesn't happen in the NFL very often. So we got to take a look at what happened on the offensive line that allowed this guy, who runs apparently 22 miles an hour, which is the fastest in the league, to do this. They have it circled here. I believe Troy Aikman was trying to break it down. He did a great job. That's Penei Sewell, the right tackle, who's probably the best in the world, and the rookie Tate Ratledge from Georgia. Watch this combo block. It's one of the best combo blocks I have ever seen. It's unbelievable how they get up to linebacker on it. But there's a second part of this play that Troy didn't talk about that I want to show you as well. So here it is. Right off the bat, this is just inside zone left. Every school you've ever seen, even down to the tiny mites, they run inside zone these days. All right, unless you're at some wing T school somewhere. This is what it is. That's two double teams. They're going to go for those two linebackers, except there's three linebackers for Tampa on this play. But you're going to see all three of them get picked up right there. And now there's literally nobody that can do anything about this lightning bolt of Jahmyr Gibbs right through the middle. That's unbelievable that happened in the NFL against one of the best run defenses in the league. Now, here's the thing that's interesting. They show it, but it doesn't really talk about it. This is an old school wing T belly ISO type of run block. They bring the receiver in from out wide, and they bring him inside the tackle, and they send him up for the linebacker. And now, I mean, let's face it, that's a holding penalty. They should have probably called a holding penalty on Raymond here. You can't have both hands behind your back. But also the NFL, you're not going to see everything. Here it is. That's definitely a hold. And he goes right by him. They pick up with the blocking scheme that's from the ancient time of football with a modern play. That's the stuff the Lions have been doing for years. Even without Ben Johnson, they're still doing it. 78-yard touchdown for Gibbs is why it's Fish's Play of the Week.
Somebody's constipated tonight.
You think that's constipation? It's just nasally Jewish voice. That's all it is, man.
Oh, it's nasally Jewish. Jabba, do you have a nasally Jewish voice?
Well, since I'm neither of those, no.
Well, you're native Indian. So do you have a native Indian voice instead of a Jewish nozzle voice?
You just said native Indian. You say Native American.
Native American. I'm sorry. You know what I meant. I am a little tired here. You know, it's very hard to entertain people for 4 hours when I am always doing something. I haven't slept in 3 days, guys. I've had 2 hours of sleep in 3 days. And this guy over here who I was talking to today, Fish, tells me, well, why don't you take this? Why don't you take that? What the hell?
Get some sleep.
You want me to be a drug addict? That's what you want me to do.
I just said chug some NyQuil and go to sleep.
That's not healthy.
Whoa, how do you only get 2 hours of sleep? That's
2 hours of sleep in 3 days, man. 3 days. I can't sleep. Dude, my mind wanders. My mind wanders. I don't know what it is.
My wander?
My mind wanders.
It's the Elder Wand.
Yes, I can't sleep. I try to go to sleep. I shut the lights off, shut the TV off. I just can't sleep. I roll over and I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing in there. I'm doing in my bed. And then I'm trying to get up. I sometimes go outside and walk a little bit to try to get myself, my adrenaline to get me tired. And I go back into the house. I drink some water. Go to bed. Never.
Well, walking around is going to wake you up.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I'm
Definitely.
trying to tire myself out. No, I'm trying to tire myself out. That's
but that exercising wakes you up. That's why people do it like first thing in the
not
morning.
necessarily. It doesn't do it for me. Actually, tires me out. So I try to tire myself out a little bit more.
You know what I do sometimes, Errol? Sometimes I try to yawn over and over and over again because yawning makes you kind of sleepy. If you can get yourself to yawn, you can kind of put yourself back to like a sleepier state.
Are we really going to this? If I can make
works for
myself
me.
talk,
Sorry.
go to
This
sleep.
country listens to way dumber medical advice than that. So I mean,
For sure. Snug your cat said drugs are good. Okay.
Thank you, Java. I also go on YouTube and I get the sounds of stuff that puts you to
white
sleep.
noise.
Yeah, I try to do that. It doesn't work. I've tried everything. I even put on speakers on different sides of my bed to make it surround sound so it puts me to sleep.
you get the Pure Mood soundtrack.
I don't know. I try everything. I've tried everything.
Enya.
Melatonin or nothing?
Melatonin.
I've tried. So Brittany bought me these gummies, melatonin
Yeah.
gummies, and I take 4 of them, and it doesn't put me.
What
out.
milligram?
I don't know. I'll have to look at it. I'll tell you.
If you're telling me you can't do like
Get some
40,
indica gummies and just get stuck.
that's the other thing you could do. Then he couldn't talk for 4 hours.
100%. Then he's just stuck.
Not talking. Actually, Errol would find a way to talk. Even
I would
that
find a
he
way
was
to
stuck.
talk. I would definitely.
No,
find a way.
he would be like DiCaprio in Wolf of Wall Street.
It might be more like Inception, where he's talking in his head or something like that.
100, where he thinks he's talking.
Yeah.
You know what? Screw you guys. Anyways, I wanted to get into this story because
Errol, I got a graphic for you. You told me about it, and we talked earlier today about something about when there's lots of beefs in sports circles. And
you were about to
about
spit it out. Did you get tongue twisted on that one? Beefs?
I didn't want to spoil. I was going to say in the NBA, but I was going to let you get into the story. But I got a graphic here for you that's going to tell you about
you can get
the beef.
instrumental. You can get the instrumentals of beef. Remember that Biggie Small song?
I was thinking that, honestly. What's beef? It's not a bad idea. I was thinking that too.
Hit 'em up. One of the greatest beef songs of all time by Tupac Shakur. Anyway, I was watching. So I was taking a shower, and I listen to things. I listen to podcasts when I'm in the shower because I want to hear what everybody are speaking. And I went through a podcast called Speakeasy, and it has Emmanuel Ocho on it. He was a linebacker in the NFL. LaShawn McCoy, as we all know, shady. And Kieran Hickey Semple. I don't know who this guy is, and he shouldn't be speaking. Okay? And Speedy, move your phone because it's making a sound. It might be your phone. I wanted to get into this because there was something that came out recently. As a matter of fact, Russell Westbrook came out with a book. And he mentioned something that I really wanted to get into. And here's the story. Russell Westbrook calls out LeBron James' fake new book excerpt about Lakers fallout. Now, Russell Westbrook was with the Lakers for about 2 years. And I wanted to get into what these guys said, and I'm going to attack it. So here we go.
Russell Westbrook, there was a report that he reportedly grew tired of LeBron's fake behavior during their time in LA. Quote, "I hate that fake shit. I just can't do it." Apparently, LeBron quietly pushed for a reunion with Kyrie Irving, a move that would have required trading Westbrook despite publicly denying it. I would have done it too. LeBron also said, let Russ be Russ in interviews, but didn't actually support him behind the scenes.
All right. So here's the first excerpt that I want to attack here. Now, LeBron James and Russell Westbrook obviously didn't see eye to eye. Now, Russell Westbrook at the tail end of his career, and he's still playing in the NBA, had a pretty good year with the Denver Nuggets last year. He was very big. He worked very well with Nikola Jokic. He actually played very well. Now, here's the problem here, and what obviously the brought up conversation where this all started. Now, Russell Westbrook obviously spoke and attacked LeBron James because he believes LeBron James was fake. He wasn't a great teammate, didn't really help him out when he went to the Lakers. As a matter of fact, LeBron James probably wished to bring in, he tried to bring in Kyrie Irving. That's what he wanted. He wanted Kyrie Irving, but the Lakers had no chance of getting Kyrie Irving at the time. So they looked at the second best player available, and that was Russell Westbrook. Now, Russell Westbrook was not the same player. He wasn't the triple-double machine that he was in his youthful years, in his prime years. But the fact here is, and we're going to get into that, and we're going to get into the next excerpt that I definitely want to attack. LeBron James has always been a guy that attacked players. Now, you're going to hear from these guys that they believe that LeBron James and Russell Westbrook were two different players. LeBron is a quiet, he doesn't really go after players in a way where he's throwing players under the bus. As Russell Westbrook will tell you how it is, and he's going to let it, and he's going to drop it, and he's going to give you his own thoughts to it. Go ahead, Tommy.
I think LeBron thought Westbrook was sorry, and he was with the Lakers. Like, I think LeBron realized Westbrook can't help me win nothing. Westbrook gonna clog up the lane. He gonna clog up the paint. I can't kick to him when I drive because he ain't gonna hit no threes. So what's the point in having Westbrook? And LeBron did throw shade because remember when Westbrook was on squad, LeBron all but said, I wish we would have traded for Kyrie Irving, and we couldn't. So I just kind of got my hopes up. But if we really thinking about it, I think LeBron thought Westbrook was sorry. And LeBron did catch Westbrook right at the beginning of his epic drop-off. Westbrook had like slow drop-offs. He caught Westbrook right at the beginning of the major deterioration. I think he thought he was sorry.
They're like total opposite. Westbrook is like super serious, super competitive.
Go ahead.
They're like total opposite. Westbrook is like super serious, super competitive, plays with a super dog mentality. LeBron is like more chill. He plays with dog if he has to. He's not as serious, right? You see him joking. You see him on different platforms. Like, there's different. And I think that's what it really was. Like, we're just different people, you know? And, like, LeBron, I can see him laughing and playing all that, where Russ ain't with all that, right? Look the way Russ takes criticism compared to LeBron.
Mm-hmm.
Russ, you ain't going to say what you want to him. So I think they were just different, right? And you look at the way they are, like AD and LeBron, that's more similar.
Yeah.
Compared to West.
Hold on 1 second. So he said that he was at the tail end of Russell Westbrook's career when he went to the Lakers. Well, if you look at Russell Westbrook's numbers with the Lakers, he averaged 18.5 points per game, 7.4 rebounds per game, and 7.1 assists per game. Almost a triple-double over there with the Lakers. Now, when you look at tail ends, now when he was over there with Russell Westbrook, he was the third option on that team. You're getting third option points of 18 points. You're getting third option rebounds at almost 8 rebounds a game, and third option assist that was almost 8 assists per game. And you're going to tell me it's at the tail end of his career and his drop-off? I don't see a drop-off here. I don't know why. And I'll give a shout out to Shady. I'll give a shout out to what he was saying. He says, well, they're two different people, and LeBron has his own way of attacking things to Russell Westbrook, who doesn't give a crap. He's going to tell you how it is. But to come out and say, and I don't know who that is. That was Ochoa. I don't know him personally. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He shouldn't be coming out and attacking Russell Westbrook and his personality and how he is as a player. When if you look at his numbers and compare his numbers, even when he was on Washington, he averaged 22, 11, and 9. It wasn't tailing. His numbers were practically calculated exactly what it were when he was at top of his game, almost averaging a triple-double. Hit it, Tommy.
Russ, I would suggest is probably an overachiever. You don't think?
Overachiever?
His ability, I
Are
don't
you
know.
crazy? Russ was an MVP, 3-time triple-double. Like, overachiever meaning, like, he exceeded his talent.
That's an effort that
I don't know, dog.
Really?
I don't know.
He can't shoot, but like,
you see the way he played?
He still
He
played aggressive.
he played like a dog. And he got talent. How many point guards you see like him?
Shady, if you average a triple-double 3 years in a row, that's crazy.
But I'm saying, that's in him. I can see him doing that.
Real?
He does have crazy talent.
Somebody,
He's like one of the best drivers in the
overachievers,
lane.
like,
He's
I
crazy.
would say, my favorite player is Steph Curry, right? Would you say he's overachiever?
Of course.
Steph is an overachiever.
All right.
Duh.
Not quick, not super fast. Like, look at he's small. You know, look at this.
Dirk Nowitzki, an overachiever. Russell Westbrook
No,
is a crazy talent.
Dirk used to give buckets out when he was a kid. He used to give buckets out to Charles Barkley, all them dudes. He was like 17.
That's true.
Steph Curry didn't even go Division I. He was small. He's a small, scrawny dude. Wasn't fast, had bad ankles.
Hold on 1 second. He went to overachieving. And Russell Westbrook never overachieved. I don't know where they're going with this. I don't know. First of all, he came from UCLA. He was a high draft pick. All right. He was high. He played with Kevin Love. He was a great college player. When he came into the NBA, he came and he played at OKC. He played with Kevin Durant. He played with James Harden. He played with, a talented organization and a great team that should have won multiple championships. To come out and say that he overachieved, having three triple-double seasons, the last player to do that is Oscar Robertson. And to come out and say, well, he overachieved, he was expected to be a great player. Now, he's not a great three-point shooter, never was. But as far as going to the hole, he's one of the best at going to the hole in NBA history. One of the fastest guys you've ever seen play the game of basketball. I mean, I watched that science show on ESPN where they were comparing his drop-off of going down the court. Do you know how many steps Russell Westbrook needed from one side to another, one part of the court to another to get to the hole? 4. Think about it that way. 4 steps to get to the other side. Think about that. Think about how fast, and that's dribbling a ball, Russell Westbrook needed from one side to another from a basketball court. And to say that he overachieved, that he's not, and Dirk Nowitzki overachieved, did he say that? Did he say that Dirk Nowitzki overachieved? Dirk Nowitzki was one of the greatest international players that ever came out internationally from Germany when he was drafted. And now let me ask you a question. Nikola Jokic was a second-round draft pick. You're going to tell me he overachieved? How many MVPs did this man win? You're going to tell me that, hey, you know what? Teams passed up on him. He's an overachiever? That is the most ridiculous statement.
You know why he's saying that, Errol, though?
Hold on. Why do you think?
Because he doesn't look like a quote unquote like normal looking athlete. He doesn't have that build that would say he's athletic in the way that the elite guys are.
I disagree. If you look at Russell Westbrook,
I disagree too, but I'm going to say I don't want to say it's racist or stereotypical, but you hear that very often with like the gangly white guys like Dirk, that they're not the same type of athletes as an Anthony Edwards, who's a high riser. Dirk wasn't a high riser, so he's not athletic. If you don't dunk like that at any point in your career, you're not athletic. So you overachieved because you're not an athlete.
No, here's the problem. And anybody, and you guys got to watch Starting
Like David
Five.
Wells in baseball overachieved because he was a heavy and
I disagree with everything that you're saying right now.
Okay.
I disagree with it because if you watch Starting Five, everybody praises Kevin Durant. Everybody praises Kevin Durant, the greatest big man shooter in NBA history. Really, greatest big man shooter. Dirk Nowitzki is a 7-footer who really brought the three-point shot to the league the way he had from Germany. This guy was an international player who brought it to the league before Kevin Durant did. And he doesn't get credit for it. International. This is not an American player. This is an international player. Came from Germany. Played for Team Germany all those years. Never won anything at the Olympics. And it had nothing to do with, I don't think it has anything to do with color, nationality, or any of that. I think it has something to do with the way they're comparing one player who's one of the greatest players of all time to Russell Westbrook, who they kind of pushed out of the top 10, top 20, that don't compare his skill. And even though he was great, he's an overachiever. Hit it, Tommy.
Because I'm a LeBron fan. I love what he is.
I'm a LeBron fan too.
But this is like we got to be honest though. Like he started this whole running around, jumping on team to team. Like we talk about MJ and all that, and I don't want to make the comparison, but yo, they sucked too though. They sucked.
They did suck.
Yo, and
they sucked early on.
And I stayed there though.
Yeah, but
I stayed there, dog.
They also drafted Scottie Pippen. They also got Tony Kukoc. They
but
acquired.
But that took time. What I'm saying is, yo, like you can wait for that to happen.
He was already waiting. He was already waiting, though. And they surrounded him with Eric Snow.
He created that area, though. He created the era of running around.
That's a good point.
That's right.
But when I say different era is like when LeBron started doing it, we lived in an era of you better win right now.
Yeah.
And not winning a championship is unacceptable.
That's not
the
true.
greatest player.
Hold up. You said that he was an era where it was like you better win now.
Like not winning a chip was now unacceptable.
I always rock with LeBron. Mm-hmm. How can you not?
Well, hold on one second. Now I'm going to attack this because this is absolutely ridiculous, and I don't know what and I give Shady a lot of credit because he's going back and forth with these two guys, and he's trying to make a point on what LeBron James did. These guys are saying that LeBron James practically left because it was all about winning a chip. When Shady brought up Michael Jordan, he didn't bring up Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, or any of these guys, even Kobe Bryant. These guys played on one team their whole career. They didn't jump ship. They didn't jump somewhere to win a championship. Then they brought up Scottie Pippen. Well, Scottie Pippen was drafted in 87, and they brought in Tony Kukoc after that, and that was in the 90s, the mid-90s. Then they brought in, obviously, Rodman. Here's my fact here. If you're going to tell me who LeBron James was there for 7 years, he was with the Cavaliers for 7 years before he made the decision. Remember that decision where he decided to flee to go to Miami to win championships, okay? Michael Jordan was drafted in 84. He was drafted in 84. His first championship was 91-92. How long was that? That was 7 years. And Michael Jordan didn't have to win a chip right away. I disagree with him. I absolutely agree with Shade. You didn't need to win a chip, and LeBron didn't need to win a chip to make a statement of who he was and what type of player he was. If LeBron James stayed there in Cleveland and drew players to come and play with him to win chips there, it would have made him look more dedicated to the organization that decided to draft him, which, by the way, is where he's from, Cleveland, Ohio, where his jersey was burnt after he went to Miami. And then after the fact, after he won his 2 titles and made his statement over there, decided to go back to play with Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love because he felt bad for the organization. Go ahead.
LeBron James, on teams that he has actually been on, have never drafted an all-star level player. Michael Jordan's team drafted 3 Hall of Famers. Like that, it is what it is. I don't think Cleveland was a badly run organization when he was there, and that's just
you saying that. But yo, do you know how many years it took for them to draft these guys? They didn't come draft
Not that
next
many.
year.
Yo, so 84, he had bad players. He had Dave Corzine as his center. 85, 86, they were losing to the Celtics. Then you end up getting Scottie Pippen in 87. But what
about the part of you know what? I'm gonna fight my way out of this situation.
He tried.
He tried to.
He did try to.
I think he did try to.
07, they went there, and then he saw the Celtics, and then he saw the Celtics.
They didn't have any help. That is like what are they supposed to do? He couldn't draft anybody.
You asked me about that shit. I didn't like that.
Hold on 1 second. Now we're going to go into trades. Or how about this? Drafting players. Let's go to the draft, and let's talk about what they're trying to bring up. Michael Jordan, bringing in Scottie Pippen, and all these Hall of Famers that they drafted. Were they Hall of Famers without Michael Jordan? The answer, no. Okay? We bring in Phil Jackson. Was Michael Jordan going to be Michael Jordan without Phil Jackson? The answer, no. Now, we could go back and forth and argue here points on understanding who was drafted and who was not. And look at LeBron James's Cavalier team. Agauskas was one of the best centers in the league. Larry Hughes, when they brought him in from Washington, was one of the best defensive players at his position. He averaged 15 points, and he gave you enough offense as a third optional player. They had Mo Williams there. Mo Williams was a good 6-man. To come out here and say that LeBron James had nothing, and let's go to that Eastern team. Speedy, tell us, how many teams in the Eastern Conference was over 500 that year?
There were 5 teams over 500 that year. The 6 and 7 teams were all exactly 500, and the Cavs were the 2 seed. Only the Pistons were higher.
I rest my case. That was a terrible Eastern Conference. Terrible. How hard was it to LeBron James to go through the Eastern Conference the way he did and go through an old Detroit Piston team at the tail end of their dominance? That wasn't a good Piston team. Prince was the youngest player on that team, and he was old. Rick Hamilton. I mean, that team was not. Chauncey Billups was at the tail end when he was going to go to Denver, when he was traded to Denver. To come out and say that LeBron James did it himself, it was ridiculous. Teams in the Eastern Conference gave it away. Then he played in actually a good Spurs team and got swept. And you're going to come out here and tell us, hey, you know what? Well, if LeBron James needed to win a chip, he needed to make a statement. He needed to be at the top of the game. He would have never won the championships that he would have won if he didn't leave. Hit it, Tommy.
I look at Barkley.
Yeah.
I look at dudes like Patrick Ewing.
Yeah.
I could name you cats that was super nice, but I go with MJ.
Let me ask you this.
You know what, yo? I can't beat MJ. I can't beat him. Let me join him. Let me just join him.
Look,
Let me just join Michael Jordan. I'm gonna win me a championship.
But let me ask you this,
right or no?
But I see that's why. Let me ask you this though, because we always overlook not prime Shaq, but prime adjacent Shaq joined D Wade. If D Wade ain't in Miami, Shaq not going to Miami. If D Wade was in Cleveland, Shaq's not going to go play in Cleveland, leaving LA and go live in Cleveland and Strongsville, Ohio. Shaq joins D Wade. D Wade wins a chip, but we don't ever say nothing about that. It's just what it was.
Is that the same?
Oh, okay, now I'm going to attack this. LeBron James is in Cleveland, and Shaq is free, and he wanted to go and win a chip. You don't think Shaq goes to Cleveland and wins a championship with LeBron, and he just decides to jump with Dwayne Wade? At the time that Dwayne Wade was really starting to break out as a player, LeBron was already broken. He was still LeBron was one of the top elite players in the league when Dwayne Wade was starting to make a mark on himself, if you remember. Think about it this way. And you go back and you bring up Shaq. Well, if Shaq went to this team, or he wouldn't have went to Cleveland if LeBron wasn't there. Oh, how do we know what Shaq would have done? Shaq wanted to win without Kobe. And Kobe was never leaving the Lakers. And the Lakers knew that Kobe was the youthful player. He was the young player. They had to move on from one player to the other. And they felt that Kobe was the guy they were going to lean on as the young player. That was the only reason why Shaq left. And if you ask anybody, who was the better player on those 3 championships? Well, go look at the MVPs. Go look who won the MVPs on the finals. That was Shaquille O'Neal, all 3 times. If you look at who was the better player of that franchise at that time, it wasn't Kobe Bryant. It was Shaquille O'Neal. To attack that. And here's another thing. And we have one more clip, right?
No, that was the last one.
All right. So they went on and talked about players like Tim Duncan and growing the team that they grew. If you go back and you look at Tim Duncan and the way the Spurs built that organization when David Robinson left, they built it through the draft. It was different. They knew how to draft. If you look at all the guys, Tony Parker was a late first-round draft pick. Manu Ginobili was a second-round draft pick. Then you bring in Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi Leonard was drafted in the middle of the first round. He was drafted from San Diego State, okay? When they brought up this concept and they brought up, well, they won championships. How was LeBron going to compete? And then they brought up the Paul Pierce Celtics. And they said, well, look at Kevin Garnett. They combined forces over there, and they brought Ray Allen. Okay. Well, first of all, they traded for Kevin Garnett. Did they not? He didn't go to free agency. They traded for him. They traded for Ray Allen. Right? Am I mistaken that? They brought in these players. Ray Allen was there first, and then I don't know if Ray Allen came in free agency. I'm not positive on that. But they brought Kevin Garnett. He was traded for. And they only won 1 chip. They won 1 championship, okay? When LeBron James went to Miami to combine forces with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh, he knew he was going to win multiple chips. And the only reason why they didn't win 3 chips is because the first year they were trying to figure each other out, and they bumped into a jigsaw puzzle of the Dallas Mavericks with an old Jason Kidd and, a guy that overachieved, yes, as they called it, Dirk Nowitzki. And he and Dirk Nowitzki and the Dallas Mavericks and Rick Carlisle, who is now with the Indiana Pacers, ran through that Miami Heat team. To come out, and I listen, these guys are football players. And I want to give a shout out to Shade McCoy. Love him, followed him, and I want to give a shout out to him. I love your takes. I agree with everything that you had to say. And he's absolutely right. Patrick Ewing could have joined Michael Jordan. He could have. Patrick Ewing never could get over the hump because he could never beat Jordan. If you look at it, the only reason why Elijah won back-to-back championships is because Michael Jordan retired. He retired when his father died to go play baseball for 2 years. And then he realized he wasn't much of a baseball player, and he went back because of B.J. Armstrong suckered him to come and practice with the team. Guys, don't try to call me out on basketball. Basketball is my favorite sport. And you want to come out, you want to attack, and you want to make it okay for what LeBron James did to Russell Westbrook? Russell Westbrook is not an overachiever. Russell Westbrook, in the last 25 years, is one of the greatest players the NBA has ever seen. Everybody talks about James Harden. Everybody talks about guys like Kevin Durant and LeBron James and Chris Paul. You're going to tell me Russell Westbrook isn't as good as these guys? You're going to tell me that when he averaged a triple-double back-to-back-to-back years, you can't compare any of the great things that LeBron James did? And he won chips, and I know Russ never won a championship. And that has a lot to do with what he decided to do. Kevin Durant decided to leave OKC to go win chips with Golden State. Let me ask you a question. As Kevin Durant is, as much as loved by everybody, and how he's one of the top 10 greatest players of all time, which everybody puts. Or how about Steph Curry? Let me ask you a question. How many championships has Steph Curry won without Kevin Durant? He's won one. Actually, won two, because he won one before,
one after.
and one after. He won two. Now think about it this way, and I'm trying to hit on all cylinders on this. Steph Curry played with Klay Thompson, who's a Hall of Famer. Draymond Green is a Hall of Famer. Steve Kerr is a Hall of Famer coach right now, right? Are we on? You have Wiggins, who at the point of his top end play, he was one of the best defensive players at his position and a good fourth player on a roster. You look at those rosters, those Golden State Warriors rosters without Kevin Durant, they had more depth than they did with Kevin Durant on the roster. Okay? And to go back to this and go back to LeBron James. LeBron James left. He went to make another 3-team, what do they call it? Super team over there in Cleveland. How many championships did they bring home after that? They brought home one. And who did they beat in the finals?
Warriors.
The Golden State Warriors. And if we go back in time on who hit the big shots in those games, was it LeBron James? It was Kyrie Irving. So going back to LeBron's quote-unquote greatness and why LeBron James is considered a top 3 player of all time and why LeBron James decided to jump ship from one place to another, LeBron James, I'm going to read stuff off to you guys. That LeBron James, they say LeBron James never spoke bad. He's not Russell Westbrook. He doesn't come out nonchalantly and throw players under the bus. Okay. Well, this is something that I wanted to read off to you guys because they don't know what the hell they're talking about. Infamously tweeted in 2015, widely believed attack at Kevin Love, criticized his difficulty fitting into a new role with the Cleveland Cavaliers. That's just one. That's not the other stuff that he said about Kyrie Irving after he left and Kyrie Irving decided to flee and leave LeBron James because he couldn't stand LeBron James. And then when he realized that LeBron James was the way he was as a leader when he went to the Celtics, realized he should have stayed with LeBron James because he could have won more championships. He didn't realize how much pressure he had on him, less pressure he had on him at not being a leader to go to the Celtics, and realized that he should have stayed with the Cleveland Cavaliers. What I'm trying to say here, and what I'm really attacking here with what Emmanuel Ocho said and Kieran Hickey Semple said to LaShawn McCoy is, when you speak about something that you really know nothing about, and you bring up Michael Jordan, and you bring up players of this magnitude, and you're trying to compare LeBron James and saying that LeBron James would have never won championships if he stayed in Cleveland, that's false advertisement. Because Michael Jordan never left. He won how many championships? 6. We're talking about LeBron wants to be considered better than Michael Jordan. Did he not say that? His own wife and children at the ESPY Awards came out and said the greatest basketball player of all time. Well, if you're the greatest basketball player of all time, LeBron, why didn't you play for one team and stay on one team to win championships? Why did you decide to flee? And you didn't just go to one place. You went to multiple places to win championships. Let's see. You went to Miami to win 2. You went back to Cleveland to win 1. And then you went to the Lakers to win another. Okay? Michael Jordan ever do that? Magic Johnson ever do that? Larry Bird ever do that? Elijah Wan ever do that? Do you want me to go on? Duncan ever do that? Let's go on and on and on. You want to talk about greatness? You want to compare yourself to the greatest basketball players of all time, and you want to say that you are the greatest of all time. LeBron, and you guys, you idiots, Emmanuel Acco, whatever it is, Ocho, You come out and you come out. You're an ex-football player. Great for you. And I'm not. I'm not going to attack Shady McCoy because Shady McCoy and me agree with everything that we both agreed to on what he was saying. You cannot tell me that LeBron James is the greatest basketball player of all time. And by the way, you put Steph Curry in the top 10. Now, I've got to give Steph Curry a little bit of credit. Steph Curry has not fled to go to play with other teams to win championships. Steph Curry decided to stay with one, the Golden State Warriors. You want to know my honest opinion to it? If you were to ask me right now, is LeBron a top 3 greatest player of all time? Absolutely. But it's not because he stayed with one organization to win with that organization and show his greatness. No. He is one of the greatest players of all time because he built statistics to compare himself better than the great players like Karl Malone. Did Karl Malone ever win a championship? No. Did he go to the Lakers to try to win a ring? Yes. Did he win a ring? No. John Stockton, did he ever go anywhere else besides the Utah Jazz? Did he ever win a ring? No. I'm giving you players that stayed or didn't win with other teams. Now, Gary Payton tried to do that too. Gary Payton went to the Lakers for 1 year to win a title. I remember. It didn't work out for him. Gary Payton never won a championship with the Seattle Seahawks. Seattle Supersonics. I'm pretty sure he never won. They went to a championship, but they never won. Him and Sean Kemp never won a championship together. So the fact here is when Manny Ocho and Akko, whatever his name is, and LaShawn McCoy and Kieran Hickey Semple come up and they are attacking and they're saying that Russell Westbrook, he speaks, he's so overtoned, he overachieved. Here's what I'm going to say. Russell Westbrook might not be a top 10 greatest player of all time. Might not be a top 10 guard of all time. But Russell Westbrook didn't overachieve. Russell Westbrook was the closest thing to Oscar Robertson in 50 years. To say that's overachieving tells me how much you know about basketball. And that's my take to that. Speakeasies, I listen to their show. I think it's an interesting show. I disagree with everything they said except LaShawn McCoy. I disagree with every take they had. You brought up Tim Duncan. You brought up all these other guys. And Tim Duncan never left the Spurs. Michael Jordan never left the Bulls. Kobe Bryant never left the Lakers. And all these guys, I don't even put Kobe in the top 10 of all time. Honestly, I would give Kobe a little bit more credit than he deserves because of the fact he stayed with the Lakers.
You don't have Kobe in the top 10?
No, I have Kobe 15 or 16 in my rankings. When I did it, when I looked at my rankings over the years, because there's so many great players, dude. If you think about decades, and people forget it, Bill Russell was there. Will Chamberlain was there. Shaquille O'Neal was the best player on those Laker teams when they won 3 titles. He just was. And he changed the game. He was the diesel. He was the most dominant player in the league at one point for 5 years. Was Kobe Bryant really the best player in the league when he was at his prime? I don't think he was. Because at the time where he was at his prime, LeBron James was in the league. Michael Jordan was in the league before. As soon as Michael Jordan retired, LeBron James was in the league. So, and then you had Tim Duncan, and you had all these other great players. So you were to ask me right now, was Kobe ever the best player in the league? I would say he's won how many MVPs? 1 or 2? I could probably tell you even the times that he won those MVPs that LeBron James was the better player. So that's just my opinion. Now, people can argue that, but I just think that Kobe was great, but I wouldn't put him in my top 10. I wouldn't, because there's just so many great players and so many. I would put Olajuwon there. Tim Duncan definitely was there. I mean, everybody gives all the credit to coaching and all of that. Popovich was a great coach. Let me ask you a question. Did Popovich ever go back to the finals when Tim Duncan left and retired? Never. He never even made it to Western Conference Finals. Never. after Tim Duncan retired. So it just tells you how great Tim Duncan was and how much of a dominant player he was at his position and consider the greatest power forward to ever play in the game. So I disagree with every one of their takes. And to say that Russell Westbrook was an overachiever. If Russell Westbrook's an overachiever, so is James Harden, so is Kevin Durant, because Kevin Durant never wins a championship if he doesn't go to Golden State. James Harden's never won a championship, and he's considered one of the top 20 players of all time. You're going to tell me Russell Westbrook is not as good as James Harden? That's a joke. Just say. That's all I got to say about that. So that's my take on the speakeasy take on LeBron James, the footage, the thoughts of LeBron James. They have a love fest for LeBron James. I like LeBron James as a player. Personally, I have nothing against his game. I call the NBA the LJA. I just think it's horrible to listen to the garbage that I've listened over the years in comparison to him and comparing him to Michael Jordan. There is no comparison to him, Michael Jordan, because Michael Jordan never fleed. And by the way, when Michael Jordan left and he came back for Washington, the only reason why he came back to play with Washington, I know everybody's going to say, well, he played for Washington. The only reason why he came back to play for Washington is because the Bulls in 99, in the strike year, he wanted Scottie Pippen to come back, and they were never bringing Scottie Pippen back. Management never wanted Scottie Pippen back, and that's why they moved him to Portland. If you guys think I don't know basketball, I know basketball. The organization wanted to get rid of Scottie Pippen for 2 or 3 years before that, but because they were winning, they couldn't. And when Michael Jordan said that 98 was his final year because of the Scottie Pippen contract and that the organization wasn't going to bring him back, Michael Jordan was never going to go back and play for the Chicago Bulls. And I'm going to tell you this right now. If Michael Jordan stayed with the Chicago Bulls for 99 and 2000, they win another 2 titles, and they win 8 in a row. And if he didn't retire those 2 years, they would have won 10 in a row. That is how dominant Michael Jordan was. So there you go, guys. That's my take. That's my poll. Kiss my ass and try to take names and numbers at the time that you are. Anyways, Speedy's 6-pack of the week.
Let's have a sixer.
Hey, who wants to play Drink the Beer?
It's time for the Speed 6-pack of the week.
All right, Speedy. Here is the 6-pack for week 8 of the NFL season.
All right, so Wes, I just texted, should be coming in a bit as well. Chad's is a game time decision, but looks like has not shown up yet. We got Johnny Reno in with us. What is that, a painting in the background you got there?
Yeah, man, we painted my dog.
All right.
We were big dog people before we had a 2-year-old running around.
All right. So we'll be starting with tomorrow's game. We're going to start with the Vikings at the Chargers. It'll still be Carson Wentz at quarterback for the Vikings. J.J. McCarthy will still be out at least one more week. The Chargers are 3-point favorites. I'm going to take the Vikings, though, in this one, too. Anyway, though, because the Chargers' offensive line still concerns me. The Vikings' pass rush is very good. Their interior is very good. And the Chargers, I don't know if the outside receivers to attack the Vikings' weak corner. So I'm going to take the Vikings. We'll go with Johnny, then we'll go with Java, Fish, and Carl.
We're going to go opposite on that, and I'm going against my better judgment here. Give me the Chargers. I think they've really hit a brick wall, but they're still laying 3 points. I just don't like this line. It smells real sneaky to me, so I'm going to take the Chargers at -3.
All right. Actually, Wes has arrived. So, Wes, our first game is Vikings and the Chargers. The Chargers are 3-point favorites.
Yeah, Chargers.
All right. Java, you're up with the. You got the coin?
Yeah. Well, it got moved, but I got one on my phone. So here we go. It is
Groba.
Tails.
Groba. Doo-doo.
Java is on the Vikings as well.
Vikings.
Yeah, the Vikings have the best defensive coordinator in football. I am going to go with the Vikings against a bad offensive line.
Going with the Chargers. Chargers win.
All right, next one is the first team. I think the first time I featured this team on Speedy 6-pack this year. The Carolina Panthers are hosting the Buffalo Bills. The Bills are 7.5-point road favorites. I'm going to take Carolina to cover. I think the Bills win the game, but I think the Panthers, they play well. I think they cover this spread.
I think I think it's one of those trap underdog spots. I think a lot of people are actually going to be on Carolina. I understand everything why. Contrarily, I'm going to take the Bills. I'm going to lay the chalk. I just think it's going to be a lot of people trying to be sharp, and it's going to get them in the end.
Made my nipples hard.
All right, Wes, you're up after Johnny.
I agree with just about every word out of Johnny's mouth. I think that there's a lot of people going to try and be sharp here, and the hook makes people think that Carolina's got some edge. But this is Buffalo coming off of 2 losses. One was on the road against a team that just was ready for them in that spot. Buffalo, oddly, is number 1 in the league in rushing yards, which is pretty strange. But I mean, this is a total mismatch. I like Buffalo to cover the 7.5. I like Buffalo double digits.
Like the streaks in my britches.
I've got.
We're ready on the coin, the virtual coin.
Damn. Tails again.
All right, so I was on the Panthers as well.
Yeah, I'm not going.
No, Jabba will be on the Bill. He does tells his road team, right?
Yeah,
tells his road.
Oh, so yeah, right. So I was on the Bills.
Yeah, because you always get head at home.
Dish, are you going?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was laughing at Jabba's dirty joke. You make dirty jokes all the time, and you don't have any time for it right now. It's a shame.
That went over like a fart in church.
I'm going to go with the Bills. They're coming out of the break. I think they're going to put up a lot. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game, though. I think it's going to be like a 41 to 30 type of deal. Andy Dalton, the Red Rifle.
The Bills are absolutely going to demolish the Carolina Panthers. After watching the Jets and Carolina this past week, there is no way they're going to be able to compete with the Bills. And I just think the Bills are going to be on a tear after the last 2 games that they played.
All right, let's go to the next one. The New York Giants at the Philadelphia Eagles, the second time in 3 weeks. The Giants obviously winning on Thursday Night Football. The Eagles, 7.5-point favorites at home. I'm going to take the Giants to cover this spread. I don't think they win the game, but I was impressed with certain phases with the Giants offense last week against the Broncos, so I do think they'll keep the game close. The Eagles defense still trying to figure things out. Eagles win, Giants cover.
I had to take shit.
I'm going to take it's kind of similar. I'm going to fade the Giants, the darlings of the NFL. They just beat the Eagles. I think a lot of people are watching that. And again, it's a weird week. There's a lot of high spreads. I think a lot of people are going to try to outsharp their own good. I think the Eagles, and I don't like this team. I think they're way worse than they were last year. I think they're going to get this spot. Jackson Dart off the bat. He didn't play a game last week, right? He had that bad pick. The rookie's going to start to show a little bit. I'm going to lay the points with the Eagles, basically fading that this spot. A lot of people are going to ride on the Giants since they just beat the Eagles, catching more than a touchdown. So I'll take the Eagles.
Ready?
Me?
Yep.
This one opened at 10.5. And I did like the Giants there because just for the plain fact that it's NFC East in its division. And when Philadelphia wins this season, they're not winning by 7.5. They're not winning by 10.5. But that line has moved, and now it's 7.5. I like it. I think at some point, if Philadelphia is going to go to the places that odds makers believe that they're going to go, which is Final Four or even the divisional round, at some point they're going to have to look like a team that their offense is just going to have to get better. But division matchup, it's fair to say that you call for the split, and Philly's already lost to them. So I'm going to lay the 7.5 on Philly.
And we got
digital coin. Jabba, what would you call your own Bitcoin, by the way, if you made one? You should make
I've
one.
got it. I've got it. Hold on.
Droba. That's liquor.
No, I wouldn't. What would I call it? I don't know. Like, you got to think of something creative. So
I love Lisa Ann.
Wes, next time you're on, you have to research a Bitcoin name for Java.
Is that your cucumber, or are you happy to see me?
I
mean,
know.
there's
we'll think of one.
There's some dumb ones out there. I mean, there's one right now that has gone, that's trended quite a bit called Fart Coin.
Cooch.
How about the Cooch? You like that?
I think the world has just become stupid with all this stuff. But Regardless, this is a big win. The Giants are going to sweep the season series with the Eagles. Let's go. Jackson Dart, Cam Scattaboo. Let's do it.
Out of my ass. Pulled it out of my ass.
He's pulling something out of his ass, but it's definitely not the Giants. I'm going with my Eagles. The Eagles are going to run away, head into Philadelphia, and he's going to smack the hell out of Cam Scattaboo. So they're going to scat the scat man, as I call the Eagles demolishing and putting up 200 yards by their 2-star wide receivers this week.
Gonna have to stop that pass rush, though. Got to stop that pass rush.
The Broncos did.
Not really.
The Broncos did. They put up 30
the
points
thin air, and the bad vibes caused it.
Oh yeah, the thin air. Is that what you're selling?
Have you ever been up there? The thin air is
Yeah,
real.
I've been to Denver. I visit
Thin
my
air is
friend
real.
all the time.
Your defense can't get off the field in the fourth quarter. That's a real thing.
Stop making excuses. You Giant fans make it.
You don't think that affected them?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Then you're crazy. Then you're crazy if you don't think the thin air affected them.
You're crazy.
It's still their fault for not getting off the field. I'm not saying it's not their fault, but it affected them. Don't say it didn't. There were guys that don't play in Denver because they can't handle the thin air.
You're a typical Giant fan.
I think Ryan Clark couldn't play in Denver.
Next. All right, let's go to Wes's team. Not his Kansas City
makes my
Chiefs, but the
pecker
team he grew up as a fan of, the Chicago Bears. They are traveling to Baltimore to take on the Ravens. The Ravens should get Lamar Jackson back this week. I think the spread reflects that. 6-point favorites the Ravens are at home. I'm actually going to take them in this spot. I think it's a good spot. Bears on a
Is Lamar playing?
Lamar, it looks like he's going to play. He's listed as probable right now, and he's started to practice. So
Yeah, he
I actually haven't
practiced
seen the
today.
Ravens in this spot off of bye week. I think this is a good reset for the Ravens. Obviously, their defense has struggled, and the Bears have struggled stopping the run this year. So I think Derrick Henry.
What about Skidmark?
I'm going to take the opposite there. I'm going to take the Chicago Bears. Couple reasons here. One, the Ravens didn't look good with Lamar Jackson. Outside of the first 3.5 quarters of week 1, where they were up a sizable 15 points against the Bills, that they end up losing, and then we know the Bills aren't looking great either. Give me another game where the Ravens look semi-decent. They're not that good of a team this year. They're still banged up with injuries. Derrick Henry is still Derrick Henry, and I agree with that. But I think the Bears team, they're kind of finding the rhythm on the offensive side of the football. They're pulling out some trick plays. They're scoring a little more. They're finding ways to win ugly games. This is going to be an ugly game. The Ravens are not as good as we think they are. Getting Lamar Jackson, I still don't think they should be laying 6 points. Give me the Bears at the +6. I think they keep this game really close.
Yeah, it's scary when Johnny and I are agreeing, but I think at this point, I think that the Bears are better coached. When you watch them, you look at them pregame, you look at them postgame, like you just see dudes that are bought into what the coach is doing. You see improvement in Caleb. The Bears defense has taken the ball away almost every game this season, and they have a streak going of that. But Baltimore's defense is not good. They went into a bye week. Lamar might be back, but he's still banged up, and that Baltimore defense is not good. Going up against a Bears offense that is getting hotter every week, and I get 6.5 points. You sprinkle some money line there. This is one where people are looking at the line thinking, ooh, what does Vegas see? I better jump on the Ravens. And there's some of these lines this week are tricky, and people are just going to try and outsmart it. And it's just take the Bears.
You got Jabba.
Or to a coin.
Another toe job.
That was on the Ravens.
I am definitely taking the Bears.
I gave up food.
I think if I think it's gonna be like a 3-point game. I think it's gonna be really close. I don't know, or the Bears could just wipe the floor with them. I don't see any scenario where the Ravens run away with it, where 6.5 isn't a smart bet. So I'm going with the Bears.
Breaking news. I got to go back off now.
I'm going to go Baltimore. I think Lamar Jackson coming back. I think he's going to put up big numbers. I think he's going to say never die, and he's going to put the team on his back and find a way to win the game. Give me Baltimore.
All right, from Wes's childhood team to Johnny's former team, as he like to call it, the Dallas Cowboys will be at the Denver Broncos. The Broncos are 3.5-point favorites at home. I'm going to take them in this spot. I think it will be a close game, but I don't like a lot of the matchups for Dallas with their defense still being very young, especially against that Sean Payton type offense. I'm going to take the Broncos to win and cover.
Can I take a total?
Go for
it. Give me the over in this football game. I'm like any over that you can get the Cowboys at, I'm going to take it. Their defense is very bad. Their offense can score. I will say it. I've been the biggest anti-Dak Prescott person. My wife knows it. All my friends know it. I would take Tony Romo today at 48 years old to quarterback this Cowboys team. But that guy's an MVP candidate. Dak Prescott is an MVP candidate. You can look at the numbers, and the fact that he's 9th in MVP voting is absolutely insane.
Ridiculous.
He's thrown for 1,400 yards over the last 3 weeks, 14 touchdowns, no interceptions. He's playing out of his mind. They're going to score. I think this Broncos defense, not as good as we're giving them credit for, but I also think this Broncos offense will score on Dallas. Dallas plays fast-paced enough where Broncos can get plenty of opportunity. We saw them put up 30 in the fourth quarter last week. I'm hoping they could probably put up 30 this week for the game. I do think this total goes over the total, whatever it's at.
Johnny, to hit you with what the number is, I'm seeing on Bovada, the Dallas team total is 22.5, but it's at -145. So it's probably about to switch to 23.5. And then the total for the game opened at 45.5, and it's up to 51.
And that's where you lost value. I would still take it. I think this game's gonna fly over.
All right, Jabba, who you got?
No, West.
Did West didn't say?
I'm taking Dallas. I think this team is a better team than everybody expected. I mean, I realize 3-3-1 is not exactly the best team in the league, but I think the circus building into the season, the Micah trade, this team has not lived up to the disaster that we expected them to be on the field. I agree with everything Errol and Johnny said about Dak. I don't know that Dak is $60 million and the best paid quarterback in the league. I mean, that's still a very short list of 3 people, but Dak is playing well. That offense is scoring points. Pickens and CD are great. This assumption that Denver is this team in waiting for some type of prize. I like Dallas to win outright on the road, so I am taking the points, but I like them outright. My personal wager is not going to involve taking points.
Breaking news. I'm putting you on a leash now.
Heads.
Heads for Jabba.
A lot of hot ladies.
So I think one of these teams is a good football team, and one of these teams is basically a version of last year's Bengals, and that's the Cowboys with no defense and a lot of offense. I think that's a borderline, 500 team, and I think the Broncos are going to playoffs because they're going to win games like this. Give me the Broncos.
I look delicious.
That's a new one. I don't remember that one.
I've got the Cowboys. I think the Cowboys are going to explode. I think they put up easy 30 points. I don't think the Broncos defense is as good as everybody thought, especially the Giants putting up 30 against them the way they did in Jackson Dart. I think Dak Prescott's a way better quarterback than Jackson Dart. And with the weapons he has now, CeeDee Lamb and Pickens and the running game, Williams has been good. They can run the ball. And this offensive line has been a lot better than people thought. Give me the Cowboys.
All right, before I get to the last pick, Johnny, you have some competition. The biggest Dak Prescott hater with Errol's friend, the Beeve, who said he would trade Dak Prescott to start Trey Lance.
He's out of his mind. Out of his mind.
All right, last pick.
He's been a lot better. He's been really good this year. You can't argue the numbers. That's kind of where I'm at. He's
been really good. He's been really good for the last 5 years. Nobody gives him any credit. Stop.
All right, last one will be the Aaron Rodgers revenge game. The Pittsburgh Steelers are hosting the Green Bay Packers. The Packers are actually 3-point favorites on the road.
Get killed?
It's an interesting matchup. 2 teams that have kind of underperformed. Like their records are good, but they don't really look as good on paper. I'm going to take Green Bay though in this spot though because the Steelers can't run the ball, and that's the biggest thing the Packers have issues with, especially with their injuries on their defense. So give me Green Bay.
Soda's a bitch.
Give me Aaron Rodgers. I think Aaron Rodgers wins this game outright. I think he still has a little bit of animosity with how Green Bay moved on from him. Rightfully so. I'm not saying they didn't do the right thing, But I do think the Steelers team is a lot better than they were last year. Maybe not on the defensive side of the football. I think they're more. It probably took a step back in that aspect. But offensively, you can't argue. Aaron Rodgers can read the defenses a whole lot better than any quarterback could last year in Pittsburgh. You're catching +3. We all know Pittsburgh's a tough place to play. The fans are always there, whether they're 5-11 or they're 11-5. It's going to be a tough environment. I don't think the Packers are as good as people think they are. I think the Steelers can win this game outright. I think Aaron Rodgers is going to show out. I think DK Metcalf has a big game. I think the running game gets going. Give me the Steelers.
Spread his cheeks.
So these two teams are the two teams in the NFL, possibly in sports, that I dislike the most. There's some college teams that I hate more.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate the Detroit Red Wings, but both of these football teams, they make me cringe. I just don't like them. But now you're going to throw in the fact that it's a primetime game too and ask me to pick it. But the reality is, I don't know that I'm picking against either one of these teams at home in a primetime spot. But that Pittsburgh O-line is bad, and it's just not good. And you're going to go up against a red hot Parsons. You're going to go up against this Green Bay defense. Green Bay's offense has got to work some stuff out. But I'm looking at 60% of the tickets are on Pittsburgh as 3-point home dogs in primetime, and the line ain't moving. If there was significant money anywhere in that 60%, the line would have shifted to make it a pick 'em, or even bring Pittsburgh to +2. Something like, but the line ain't moving. They're begging you to take the Pittsburgh Steelers on this one. I will not bet this game. There's so many things I hate about it. But for the purpose of this, I really do like Green Bay to go in and lay the 3. That means they got to win by 4. But I think Green Bay is going to cover this. There's so many reasons why Green Bay is going to cover this.
Wes, wasn't the Red Wings the one team you will never bet under any circumstance?
It makes me cringe, and I could tell stories about it and how I was treated at that stadium. But my son can be anything in life that he wants except for a Wolverine and a Red Wing.
I do want real quick on your pick. You said a red hot Parsons. The dude's had one good game. Cowboys should not have traded him. He's had one good game.
Statistically,
he hasn't had more than three tackles in any game except last time. He had 3 of his 5.5 sacks last game. It's tough.
So
red hot.
I agree with that. I think that the statistics are a little bit more. You see the statistics, and people that don't actually watch football, they just want to look at the stats. But I think we all know that defense has been elevated by how much attention he demands just simply by being on the field. You're talking about I think it's a 5th or 6th ranked defense in terms of yardage allowed this season. You compare that to last year. So the stats, yes, red hot. Now it's visible to people that are reading stat sheets, but just what he does on the field is very disruptive.
The virtual coin.
We got Trails.
All right, Java has the Packers.
All right, I'm going to push back on something Johnny said about Micah Parsons not being good and set for one game. I'm going to read you his PFF a couple of stats up here.
Oh, here it comes. It's PFF.
He has 37 pressures, which is 3rd in the league for edge rushers. He's played the 26th most amount of snaps, including not playing a lot in that first week. He has an overall grade of a 93.4, which is tops in the NFL. So he's being considered by the experts, at least the guys that think they're experts that we have on the show sometimes, that he's the best in the biz still. And he's doing exactly what you're saying, Wes. They're demanding a lot of attention to him. He kind of tilts the defense. It's like the same idea as like having like a Revis Island where like one guy can do like a couple of things and occupy a lot of the attention of the other team, and they have to game plan around it. You have to game plan for Micah Parsons, but they got Rashawn Gary on the other side, and that's a problem for a lot of teams. So I don't think that it's going to be that close. Give me the Packers in this one because of the defense.
Packers, Steelers. Yeah, I got Packers. I'm done with that. I don't even have to make any argument to that. It's Packers. I can't stand the Steelers, so I'm going Packers.
You think Aaron Rodgers is going to cry when he loses?
I think he's going to. He's a crybaby.
Yeah, he's
I
gonna
don't
cry right to the bank.
How about rounding like that?
True.
Is it like your bush?
Is that
All
a
right,
move?
boys. All right. We have Let's Parlay.
It's time for Let's Parlay.
As long as she's using dude life to take care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
All right, boys. It's pretty simple here. We have 3 minutes. We got your picks. We got to get it out in 3 minutes. So what we're going to do is we're going to get this jumping. We're going to go with the West Man, and then we're going to go with Reno. Johnny, you ready? Here we go.
I'm just going to give you an all college card, and I'm just reading it to you straight out of my betting site, the stuff I've placed so far. I'm going UVA. I love Virginia at UNC. I love the Virginia quarterback. 10.5 here feels like a gift. UNC, they don't have the talent on the roster, and the players they do have are somehow not finding motivation under Coach Belichick. So I love Virginia Cavaliers here. Minus 10.5.
Go ahead, Reno.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go LSU. I think we all know how West feels about that, but this is a good spot for them. They have 2 losses by combined. One was 7 points, one was 5 points, both on the road in top 10 or top 15 environments. I think now at home, catching the number 3 team, people expect them to probably lose their catching points. Give me the LSU Tigers to win the game outright on the ML. Screw the points.
Wes.
Yeah. I got one NFL pick I'm going to throw in, and then the rest will be college on this Let's Parlay. I'm taking the Miami Dolphins money line. I like them to go into Atlanta. Atlanta is coming off of a big performance. Miami's coming off of a terrible performance. The entire media is bashing Miami. And yes, they are bad. And I think that they are a disaster. And Tua, I don't know what the deal is with the way that he's communicating with the media, but that team has speed. And if they are on, they can score some points with Atlanta. So it's just a matter of spot that I like here. I'm looking at plus 338 is what I caught it on the page I'm betting. So I'm taking Miami money line.
I'm actually on the same game, but I'm not going to throw down the big nuts on the money line. I'm going to take the Dolphins with the points plus 7.5. It's a great spot for them. Everybody's shitting on the Dolphins. Everybody's high on the Falcons. Let's switch that. Give me the Dolphins to cover the spread. They may win outright, but I'll take the points.
Back to college. I actually consider myself a part-time Mississippi State fan after my trip to Starkville earlier this year. Is a great place to go. However, I am going to lay the 6.5 and take Texas. Texas has way too much talent. Mississippi State is a great place to go, be a fan, make friends. They buy you your first cowbell. Like it's a really cool experience, but they're not good enough to cover 6.5 against Texas. Texas has 5 stars on the bench. Say what you want about Arch, the supporting cast is better than anything that Mississippi State has on that roster. So 6.5, very easy to cover for Texas.
Would have been on the same game. I want to go to a different route here because we can't have multiple games here the same. Give me Bama. Ever since week 1, I've been riding Bama, and they've been a money train for me. Sellers has definitely been caught on with tape. Bama's the better team. They're the better offense, the better defense, the better coach team. I think Ty Simpson's a Heisman candidate. I think they run away with this, and they're not laying nearly enough points in this spot. I think it's going to be a blowout early.
I am going the Vanderbilt and Mizzou game, and I am going to lay the 3 on Vanderbilt. Diego Pavia has a Johnny Manziel, Cam Newton feel to him. Like, there's just this Tim Tebow quality about him. Vanderbilt possesses and controls the field. They're pretty good defensively. They just won a big game, and Mizzou is coming off of a Bama beatdown, and Vandy just feels right. Like I don't think they're a playoff team, but they're really great for this team, and I like what Diego Pavia is doing. I was on the wrong side of history with Johnny Manziel, and Cam Newton in the natties and some of those runs. And I was on the wrong side of Joe Burrow for sure. I will not be on the wrong side of Diego Pavia. I am going to cheer for him all the way to New York, and I like him laying 3 points against a Mizzou team that they probably put a lot into last weekend's performance. And I don't know how much they're going to have left to go on the road and try and do it against a Vandy team that really beats you up.
Hold on. All the way to New York? Where is he going to New York?
Where do they vote for the Heisman? Where's the Heisman presented?
Oh, okay. I thought you thought the Jets are going to draft.
At this point in the season, it blows me away that he is not hands down the favorite front runner to win the Heisman. He's by far had more moments. He's got more attitude. I struggle to find the name.
I disagree. I think Fernando Mendoza should be the Heisman Trophy. That's fine.
I'm going to take you to the game of the week in college football. That's App State versus ODU, 11 a.m. kickoff time on Saturday. I'm going to take App State catching 2 touchdowns plus the hook. I think a lot of people are going to be at ODU. They got a great quarterback in Joseph. He's got 16 touchdowns, 8 picks. This App State team can run the football, though. They can slow the game down a little bit to kind of make it an ugly game. I don't think it's going to be a runaway either way. It's one of those spots. You got 2 4-3 teams, and neither team should be laying this many points. Give me App State to cover the 14.5.
I'm actually going to be at App State in Boone in 2 weeks.
Oh, wow. Look at you, man. You're just a traveling junkie, as we all
Yeah,
know.
the only reason I'm going is to go to a game at the Rock.
I got you.
Titties. My dog wants your pussycat.
Wes, your quarterback and Julian Sayin is right now battling it out with Pavia.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. It'll go all the way down. I think what Fernando Mendoza is doing, and he went all the way to Oregon and beat Oregon in Oregon. So I mean that's incredible. And if he continues this trajectory, I think most of these Indiana should go undefeated. I looked at their schedule. I just don't feel that they went through the teams that were going to be hard. They could go undefeated. They're going to be a number 2 right behind Ohio State. This is going to be fun.
Wes, do they play Ohio State this year?
No. I've already
They will if all stays the course in a Big Ten championship game. I don't think Sayin is Heisman right now. I say that because he's not going to have the gaudy stats, and he's not going to need one of those Superman Heisman moments that the voters look for. Ryan Day and Hartline have done a really good job of protecting him with play calling and not asking him to do anything. They protected him against Texas. They didn't really start airing it out until a couple weeks ago, and they don't need him to do much. I don't think this team's ever going to need a dynamic performance out of a quarterback. Jules is not going to win a Heisman.
I will say this. Everybody said this is not a quarterback class, and they always say that. And when they say that, there's like 2 or 3 quarterbacks that come out are pretty damn good. So yeah. I disagree with them. I think this is going to be a good quarterback class. And I think Fernando Mendoza, I think the kid from Alabama is going to be good. Pavia, if he decides to go into the NFL draft, he might not be a first-round talent, but because of his size. Because he's his size. No, I know that.
Yeah, Pavia's got a Tim Tebow future in the NFL.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's a great college quarterback, and he had as much of a long career in the NFL as I do.
Yeah.
He's just not that guy. Great call. We see him all the time. The Manziels, like we see great college quarterbacks. He is that, and I love it for him. He's probably going to coaching, be a QB coach, and move up the ranks that way. I could see he is not an NFL pro.
No, I agree with you. But the Oklahoma kid is going to be good. There's a couple of really good quarterbacks in this class. Arch Manning's not going to be in this class.
Arch will go back to school, and that's the right thing to do.
Well, especially with Texas is like $40 million.
I believe, and this is just my prediction right now, for whoever goes 1 is going to draft Fernando Mendoza. That's what I think. I think that's who's going to go number 1. He's got the size, he's got the arm strength, he's got the ability, and they say he's very, very smart. And if it is the New York Jets, he's very good at talking to the media. So very
I would say Indiana kind of got fortunate because they do miss, like in their Big Ten schedule, they are missing some really good teams until playoff time, right? But so they've kind of played their tough schedule. They just don't lay an egg anywhere. They will be undefeated going into bowl season. They just got fortunate in that way, but the way the conference is set up now, that can happen.
You still go into Oregon and do that. I mean, that's a tough place to play. The time zone, the travel, the remote nature of where it is. Errol, I was just looking up the Oklahoma schedule after hearing you talk about Mateer, and if he is to elevate himself to a Heisman, or just take control of the narrative he's already a part of, the 6 weeks ahead is the time to do it. Ole Miss, Tennessee, Bama, Mizzou, LSU, and he goes at Tennessee, at Bama. So he gets to be on the road in front of 100,000 people 2 weeks in a row. The first time they played a really good team was Texas, and he threw 3 picks. But the Heisman Trophy is ahead of him if he comes out of this.
He was supposedly, what I heard, he was not healthy in that game, and that he played because their backup quarterback is just absolutely horrendous. So they forced him out there. He played on a bad leg, and, he didn't look good. But anyways, boys, we love you. We'll see you next week.
We'll see you.
Yeah.
All right.
Have a good night, guys.
We have those are the guys. I love those guys. We have the Sports Minute. We have Save Your Tears, In Like Flynn, and what's that smell? Let's go.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, everybody. Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Got a couple of more stories for you, and then we'll get to the scores this evening. Angels star outfielder and future Hall of Famer Mike Trout testified in court on Tuesday in support of deceased former Angels pitcher Tyler Skaggs' family in their civil case against the Angels. The Angels' former communication director, Eric Kay, who had been put to jail for 22 years, they are now suing the Angels to try to get some money back, saying that the Angels were to blame in this case just as much, not directly, but as much as Kay, at least to the tune of $118 million. Apparently, Trout testified that a team employee went to him about their concerns with Kay's drug abuse before the death of Skaggs, where he was getting the drugs from was Kay, in 2019. Trout said that he confronted Kay directly, telling him to think of his 2 kids at home and to straighten himself out. Trout's testimony was helpful in the court, establishing that the team knew about the behavior and should have intervened with Kay, as it violated their own team rules by allowing Kay to stay on staff with knowledge of his drug abuse. Trout testified for 2 hours and told stories about both Kay's bizarre behavior, an obvious problem, and Skaggs, who he told lighthearted stories about their friendship about. Again, whether or not the Skaggs family gets the $118 million they're asking for from the Angels seems to be playing out pretty soon. There's at least one big name not down on Arch Manning this year after his much-hyped arrival as a starter in college football has fallen kind of flat in his first year behind center for the Texas Longhorns. That person? Classic Manning rival and GOAT Tom Brady. Brady told Sports Illustrated on Tuesday that in today's world, with the constant focus at the early years of development, it's not fair to judge quarterbacks. Before, players had the kind of ability to fail when people weren't watching, to build that resiliency within themselves. So I think it's a real challenge these days for these young kids, because Arch Manning, seems like a great kid and a great player. Brady then pivoted and talked about himself, Peyton, and Eli. Peyton Manning had a lot of years to develop. Eli had a lot of years to develop too. And I was a college kid once, and I wasn't the best quarterback at that time. And how people remember me after my pro career is a lot different than how I remember me after my college career, which is also a lot different than of the type of me I was after my high school year. So give people a chance to learn and grow and develop and put them in the right situation. While Arch has struggled at times this year, the future is obviously still bright for the 3rd generation of Manning quarterbacks that apparently will be arriving to NFL Sundays a little further down the road than many expected going into the season. In hockey, the only action right now, it's the end of the second. The Canadiens have a 1-0 lead in Calgary on the Flames. Already completed tonight. The Devils beat the Wilds 4-1. The Devils are now 6-1 on the season. The Sabres also handled the Red Wings 4-2 at home in Buffalo. In the NBA, in action right now, it's right near the end of the game. The Bulls have a 1-point lead with 12.7 seconds left over the Pistons at home. It is just near the end as well. Also tight, the Grizzlies are up 122-118 on the Pelicans. 7:44 left in the third. The Jazz all over the Clippers. 91-54. It's in the middle of the second quarter. The Spurs 39, Mavericks 37 in the matchup between Cooper Flagg and Victor Wembanyama. And near the end of the first, the Kings 27, Suns 19. Similar state of play at the end of the first in Portland, 29-24. Portland over Minnesota. Already concluded tonight, the Knicks won their home opener 119-111 over the Cleveland Cavaliers. OG Anunoby, 24 points, 14 boards, 3 steals, 2 dimes, and a block tonight, leading the way. And the Nets fell to the Hornets, 136-117 in Charlotte. The Magic beat the Heat, 125-121. Raptors all over the Hawks in Atlanta, 138-118. The Sixers outlast the Celtics in Boston in their opener, 117-116. And finally, the Bucks beat the Wizards, 133-120. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on the Jabba and the Mouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ArrowMarks34. Keep downloading and on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify. Now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe to all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos that you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our next segment on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
People with funny horns. Oh my God. 631 672 3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. I am the one and only Mouth himself. Scary to say it. The one and only Errol Marks. My co-host, Mr. Flamethrower, Jabba Chamberlain, Speedy Petey, executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman, Tommy Poops. We got the Barrett man, or the Jarrett man, in the back end. He's been helping us out. You know, it's interesting that let me just finish up here. Go to www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth, every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. You know, it's interesting because when we were at the break, me and Tommy were looking, and I pulled out a bunch of sneakers in my sneaker collection because I got shelves all set up in the studio, and I pulled out these sneakers. I don't know if you have ever seen these sneakers before, but they're very rare. They're called the Freddy Cougars, all right? Tommy, I want you to tell everybody how much they're going for on social media.
Some of them are ranging from $25 to $60 to $100,000. So it's some expensive shoes there.
Very rare. I bought these about 10 years ago. Never worn. I bought these about 10 years ago. I didn't keep the boxes. No, I never kept the boxes. I don't keep the boxes. It's too much. It's too much to keep and everything. It loses its value. Probably loses about, I would say, $1,000. You know, depending on that. You know, but they're in mint condition. I am not selling them. These will go to my children, and they can decide what they're going to do with them. But $20,000 to $100,000 right in my hands right now, ladies and gentlemen, right here.
Well, I mean, it's so valuable. They probably call it the Freddy Krueger because you wear them out. They're going to stab you with a handful of knives trying to take them from you.
I've never worn them out. I also have a pair of Christian Dior's, and Tommy, you saw what they were on.
Oh, yeah, I did see.
Christian Dior, Michael Jordan, high tops. They go between $20,000 and $30,000. And Tommy asked me, what is the most expensive sneakers you have? I don't even know. I collected them all these years. So I'm a sneaker collector. I'm a sneakerhead. So that's what they call it. I just collect, and some of them I never wear, ever wear. And so it's just, and when I know something, I bought a pair of sneakers recently. They're up there. I showed you guys. They've been around for a long time, those styles, but the color that was made is unique. There was only like 10,000 or something like that made. I would say about in 10 years, those things will probably go about 10,000. Bought them for $200. So you got to know what to buy and how to buy it. But I've done it over the years, and I probably have. I would say I may about look at these sneakers, probably around $500,000 of sneakers over the years. So $500,000. I just collect them, and I paid like $150, $200 for them over the years. But I had to do that. It's pretty cool, actually. It makes me happy, but I'm never going to tell them. So
That makes me, when I come, I'm about to rob your shit.
That's what I told him. Maybe I shouldn't show. People know I got these things. They're gonna fucking come in, and try to steal from me. Anyways, we call this Save Your Tears.
Mom, what's one thing that you can't talk to me about?
My sexual fantasies.
Say your story. It is not ideal, but if it's what means, it is not ideal, but if it's not ideal, but if it is what means. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. You can't triple stamp a double stamp, boy. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. Boy, you guys, enough.
Oh, it's time for Save Your Tears.
Can't wait.
All right, guys. Welcome back to Save Your Tears, everybody's favorite tier-based daily fantasy contest. We get $15 of a salary cap. We're using Yahoo Fantasy Football PPR scoring. The winner gets long-winded, genuine compliments. That would be 51% genuine to start. So we're going to put the board up. I'm going to read it to everybody who doesn't have us on video. But remember, you can get us on video both on Apple and on Spotify, as well as YouTube and all the short stuff that we do on TikTok. Hi, everybody out there watching live on all those streaming platforms. Take a look. Quarterback at $5 this week. We got 3 games that we are going to be doing. And, of course, I closed the screen. But we got the Bucs playing. Speedy, help me out with who they're playing. We got the Bucs game. We got the Patriots game. We got the 49ers game. Looks like Bucs, we got Baker Mayfield, $5. We're also going to have Emeka Egbuka at wide receiver for $5. Other $5 players, CMC, again, #1 running back in fantasy football this year so far. Chris Olave, even though the Saints are pretty terrible, he's doing well. He's the other $5 receiver. And George Kittle makes his return to the lineup in this one for San Francisco. He will go for $5 as well. $4 across the board, Drake May. We found out Bucky Irving is benched, so Rashad White's going to be the $4 running back over there for Tampa. Stephon Diggs and Jawan Jennings at receiver, and Jawan Johnson, the Saints tight end, for $4. $3. Looks like it's going to be Mac Jones, but put Purdy there in case he does start. Ramondre Stevenson off of his first really good week is for $3. Jerry Jeudy and Kayshon Boutte for $3 at receiver. And Hunter Henry from the Pats. At $2, we got CJ Stroud. Quinshon Judkins trying to follow up his really good first start. 3-touchdown start last week with the Browns. So he's for the $2. We got Jaden Higgins at receiver and Rashid Shaheed. And then Dalton Schultz at tight end for $2. And the $1 players, Errol's favorite quarterback, Spencer Rattler. Everyone's used to be favorite quarterback until this season if they drafted on fantasy. Alvin Kamara, Pop Douglas, and Jalen Noel at receiver. And the Cleveland tight end, Harold Fannin Jr. rounds out the list. So, guys, we are going to go. This one we will start with, well, last week's winner was Tommy Scoops. Tommy, why don't you decide who goes first?
You know what? I don't think he's gone first. Let's get Jarrett go first.
All right, Jarrett, you're up first, my friend.
Also, when did we change the song to Usher? Has it always been like that?
No, I changed the song. Play the football music, Tommy.
Yeah, I don't know what you're playing. Speedy's trying to be DJ tonight.
NFL music playing. All right, but yeah, Jarrett, man, you're first. What you got?
Right. Give me Drake May at quarterback. I'm going to take CMC at running back. Then we'll go Jerry Jeudy, Rashid Shaheed, Harold Fannin.
All right, I got you for May, CMC, Jerry Jeudy, Rashid Shaheed, and Harold Fannin Jr. Tommy, who's next?
Let
Speedy go next.
All right. Let's see. Give me May. Give me Judkins. 6. Let's go Booty.
Booty.
That's 9. I'll go Olave and Fannin.
All right, so I got you down for Drake May, Quinshon Judkins, Keishon Bodie, Chris Olave, and Harold Fannin Jr.
So their 49ers are at the Texans.
All right, who's up next, Tommy?
Let's go with Jabba.
Yeah. Dang, I'm trying to be different. Everybody kind of had the one, but I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go Drake May. You know what? No, bump that. I'm gonna go Baker Mayfield. I'm gonna go Ramondre Stevenson. That's 8. Then I'm gonna go Jerry Jeudy. That's 11. Then I'm gonna go. I gotta go Booty every time because I love the Booty.
I'll leave you with Fannin.
And then Fannin.
All right, Baker, Stevenson, Judy, the Booty, and Fannin. All right, Tommy, who's up?
I gave up. Let's go with Errol. Let's see what Errol got.
I'm going to go Purdy or Mac. I'm going to go CMC. How much is it? How many is it right now? That's 8. I'm going to go Emeka Egbuka. How many is that?
So that's 13. So you have 1. You have 1s for the rest. So you got Fannin and you got Pop Douglas.
All right. I mean, then maybe I shouldn't pick that. Pop Douglas.
Whoa.
No,
His name is Pop.
No, I'm not going with that. I'll go with Purdy, CMC, Stephon Diggs. How many?
That's 12.
So you got 3 for 2 spots.
All right, so I will go Rashid Shaheed, right? How many is that?
14. That leaves you also with Fannin.
Really? That's what I got. All right.
All right,
So
I got you.
There's a
for
bunch of Fannins, huh?
Sanford. Everyone's taking Fannin so
at a
far.
$1 value.
So Purdy or Mac, CMC, Diggs, Shaheed, and Fannin. All right, Tommy. I guess I'm next.
Yep.
I will go. Yeah, I'm going with Drake May also. I think I have to. I'm going to go. Game script is not going to favor Judkins, I don't think. I'm going to go with Rashad White because I'm daring to be different and daring to be great. And then receiver.
daring to lose, that's for sure.
Hey, different, whatever. Hey, everyone's been kind of in this kind of bubble here. I'm gonna go with Higgins.
I didn't take everybody. What are you talking about? I took all different guys, really.
All right, so how much is that? That's 10. So I got 5 left for receiver and tight end. I don't know if I like him in that one. Well, that's kind of tough. Do I just stick with Fannin because everyone did and it just cancels out and then I can take the best receiver?
I mean, if you're playing the game,
I'm not gonna lie.
Or I can go scatterbrain and think that no one's gonna think that if I go Juwan Johnson and then spend $1 on Jalen Noel. That's what I'm gonna do.
Einhorn is a man.
All right, May, Rashad White, Higgins, Noel, the 2 guys, same team in college, same team right now. In the pros, same team on my squad. Juwan Johnson.
Can't wait.
Tommy, who do you got defending champ?
All right. Nobody picked Stroud yet, right? I'm gonna be different. I'm gonna get Stroud.
Okay.
Get Stroud. CMC. Give me also Chris Olave. I have $3 left. Give me Rashid Shaheed. And then just Fannin.
All right, so that is everybody's. Let me show everyone the full window that's watching on video. Make sure you see everyone's squads.
Give me that chicken
Here.
curry.
All right. Again, a bunch of Drake Mays. A whole
Stop my
bunch
endo.
of CMC out there. Everyone except for me took Fannin Jr. I hope he sucks and I win because of that. That's awesome.
I'm up my ass.
A lot of people decided to go for the booty. Actually, not that many people went
The
for the
booty.
booty. Maybe the booty will decide this one. And again,
Oops,
we
it's
will
so
go over
close.
the winners on next week's Monday show, where again, we will give out the compliment chorus to the winner
Droba.
from all of the losers.
Droba.
And that
That's
is Save Your Tears.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call this it like this.
I've often heard that you'd give me a warm welcome if ever we met again.
Like plan.
Droba. Droba. Ass liquor.
All right, so I was a little turned off on this MVP. You know, the Las Vegas thoughts. You know, the Las Vegas.
Spit it out.
I'm trying to think, man.
The odds
Listen,
makers.
the odds makers. I'm tired. Okay, I don't know about you, but let's see how you handle 72 hours being up 90% of the time.
I don't want to. I can sleep.
Yeah, well, you want me to pat you on the back?
Telling you,
I'm
just
sure-
yawn a lot.
I feel great.
Yawn.
Anyway, so the odds makers, you know, I was very surprised on the way they set up the odds. So I'm going to go through the top 10 and I'm going to tell you how I think the odds should be right now as far as who and where they should be right now going into week 7 of the NFL season. You guys ready?
Are you doing top 5 or 10?
10. I'm going to go 10. So we're going to go, there is 3, 6, 9, 10 right over here. All right. At number 10, I'm going to go, now on the odds makers, there is, and I'm just going at 10 with the odds makers. I'm looking at over here, 3, 6, 9, 10. Here we go. All right. At number 10, they have Lamar Jackson at a plus 35. Lamar Jackson is not even in the top 10. Lamar Jackson's missed a few weeks. I think it's been 3 weeks since he's played. Lamar Jackson can play the rest of the season at a top level, and I wouldn't even put him in the top 10 right now. I don't care how great Lamar is and the numbers that he puts up statistically. I would put at number 10 right now, as of right now, I would put Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts has had, so far, he's been up and down, but I expect him to be even better as the second half comes around. Jalen Hurts, look at these numbers. Their numbers are pretty damn good. Touchdowns, he has 11 touchdowns. 1 interception. His passing rating is 108 right now. And he has been sensational. He's done everything you expect him to do. 1,498 yards. He's averaging 7.7, which is right in the top 5 right now when it comes to 7.7 attempts. I think he's been one of the elite quarterbacks in the league, so I put him at 10. So Lamar Jackson I would not put there, so I would take Lamar out and put Jalen Hurts. At number 9, they got Dak Prescott at a plus 3,000, which I think is absolutely ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. I would not put Dak Prescott there. At number 9, I would put Jared Goff. Jared Goff's had a very good season. 1,631 yards. He is averaging 8 yards at a temp, which is in the top 3. 15 touchdowns to 3 interceptions. His passer rating is at 116.4, which is at the top of the league right now. The only reason why I wouldn't put him in a top 5 right now is because there are just so many other players playing at a top level right now going into week 6. So I would put Jared Goff at number 9. At number 8, they have Jordan Love at a plus 2,800. I would take Jordan Love out of it. I don't think Jordan Love is at number 8. I don't think he's in the top 10. I would put Drake May at number 8. Drake May has 1,744 yards, 8.6 yards an attempt. It's 116.4 rating, 12 touchdowns to 2 interceptions. His completion percentage is at 75.2, which is the league's league best right now at his completion percentage, which is 75.2. The other guy that right under him is Jared Goff at 74.9. He's having a great year. I wouldn't put him in the top 5, but he's definitely in my top 10. I would put him at 8. Number 7, they have Daniel Jones at a plus 2,200. He's much higher than that right now. Daniel Jones is doing a sensational job. I'm going to put Sam Darnold there. Sam Darnold's had a great year so far. He's got 1,754 yards, 9.1 at attempts per yard, which is at a league's best right now. He's been sensational. 12 touchdowns to 4 interceptions. His rate is at 109.2 and 68.2 at his completion percentage. He's had a great year, and I expect him to be even better as they move forward. So I would put him there. All right, so we're down to 6, right, Speedy? We're at 6. We're 6. Yeah, we're at 6. At 6, they got Jared Goff at plus 2,000. Jared Goff is not that high. I would not put him there. I would put at number 6. I put Patrick Mahomes. Okay, everybody's got Patrick Mahomes leading it at 1. I do not believe Patrick Mahomes is there. Patrick Mahomes does have 1,800 yards passing, but his yards per attempt is 7.3. He's got 14 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. His rate is 102.9. Out of all the quarterbacks that we just mentioned, he is a little below the quarterbacks that I've mentioned so far. He's had a good year. I don't know if I put him in my top 5. I would put him out of the top 5. I put him at 6. At number 5, they have Matthew Stafford, which is a plus 1,000. I think Matthew Stafford's a little higher than that right now. I do. I think Matthew Stafford's been sensational all season. At number 5, I would put I'm going to put Daniel Jones at number 5. I think Daniel Jones has 1,790 yards. He's been sensational. Yards per attempt is 8.4. He has 10 touchdowns to 3 interceptions. He's running a couple of them in. He's run more touchdowns in than any of the top 5 quarterbacks that I'm going to put. His rate is at 105.9, which is amongst the league's best. He's been sensational. I would put him in my top 5, so I'd put him over there. At number 4, they have Drake May at a plus 950. As you know, I've had Drake May in the top 10. I do not put him in my top 5. I would put at number 4, I would put Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield's had a great year, 1,767 yards, 7.2 yards attempt, 13 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 99.8 rate right now. He's been great. His completion percentage is 64.1, which is the highest he's ever been. I wouldn't put him in my top 3 like a lot of people believe he is. I put him in my top 4. At number 3, they have Josh Allen at plus 400. Josh Allen is not in my top 10. Josh Allen should not be in the top 10 yet until proven otherwise. If you look at Josh Allen's numbers, they've fallen off. Josh Allen has 1,397 when it comes to yards, 7.8 yards per attempt, which is not usually at his high rate. 11 touchdowns to 4 interceptions, 103.1 rate. He hasn't had one of those seasons, so I wouldn't even put him in my top 10. He's fallen out of my top 10. At number 3, I have Matthew Stafford. He is 1,866 yards. He has been sensational. 7.7 yards attempt, 17 touchdowns to 2 interceptions, 109.3, which is at a league's best right now. He has been as good as anybody in the league, but there are 2 other quarterbacks that I would take in front of him. At number 2, they have Baker Mayfield at a plus 320. I think that's way too high for Baker Mayfield. As good as he's been this year, he hasn't been better than these 2 guys. At number 2, I have Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert has 1,913 yards, 7.1 yards per attempt. His completion percentage is a 67.5, 13 touchdowns to 6 interceptions. He's thrown more interceptions than any quarterback on this list. 94.5 rate, but he lost two of his starting offensive linemen. He's lost a significant amount of players, and he's still putting up those numbers, so I have to put him in my top 3. And at number 1, I've got Dak Prescott. I don't know why anybody doesn't have Dak Prescott at number 1. It makes no sense. 1,881 yards, 7.3 yards attempt. Completion percentage is at a league's high, except Drake May and Jared Goff. This guy is 3rd on the list when it comes to completion percentage. He has 16 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, 107.6. If you look at all the average of these statistics, Dak Prescott altogether has better statistics than any one of these quarterbacks altogether on those percentages, on what I'm looking at when it comes to numbers. Dak Prescott has been the best quarterback in the NFL all season, all the way through week 7 now we're going into. I have Dak Prescott at number 1. If the season were to end, Dak Prescott would be the league MVP. So there you go. Dak, Justin, Matthew. That's where I'm going right now. Baker at a clear number 4. I obviously at number 5, I think I had Daniel Jones, Daniel Jones, and then Patrick Mahomes. So Patrick Mahomes is not in my top 5. I have no idea what are you putting your hands up for? What do you got over there?
I mean, Baker, I think I got him a little higher.
Where do you have Baker?
I'm going to say 2.
All right. So Justin Herbert, Dak Prescott, Matthew Stafford, Patrick Mahomes, Daniel Jones have better numbers than Baker Mayfield. The only reason why I would put him higher than Patrick Mahomes is because he's been more consistent and he's lost more players. Godwin, it was out in the beginning of the season. He's using a rookie right now. Mike Evans could be out a significant amount of time. He lost his best running back in Irving for a significant amount of time, and he's still putting up the numbers. So that's why I put him in my top 5. But that's the only reason why. I think Daniel Jones has better numbers than him. Matthew Stafford has better numbers than him. Dak Prescott has better numbers than him. And Justin Herbert has better numbers.
So Errol, I know you said you don't bet, but 30-1 on something that you believe in that much, that's really good value. I bet you Wes would tell you that if that's what you believe, you should make that bet. So think about it. $20, just a $20 bet is 600. Dak, 30-1.
30-1.
If you bet $1, you get 30. You bet 10, you get 300. You bet 100, you get 3,000 on that bet.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a bad bet if you're going to make any bet.
It's really not. For all the fans out there that are betting man right now, if you look at Dak Prescott's
women, don't discriminate.
I'm just saying, if you look at Dak Prescott's numbers right now, straight down the board, if you're comparing the comparison to all these top quarterbacks, he has the best out of all these quarterbacks. If you look at it, completion percentage, rate, everything, touchdowns to interception ratio, even yards per attempt, he has been the best overall quarterback out of all.
It's also set up for him for the rest of the season because the defense is bad and they're going to have to get a lot of points to win these games. And if they win those games, it's because of him, and therefore he's the most valuable. Yep. So you know what I mean? Like I'll throw like what if we go halves on something on this?
Let's do it. I'll do it.
All right.
It's worth it. Plus 3,000 right now. I think
we each throw 50.
Let's do it. You want to throw 50, Papa?
You find that. I mean, we could all talk about it, but we could do this off the show. But I just think if you're gonna do it, it's a real good value.
If we all throw 50 into this, we could be we can make a little bit of shekels. We could be.
It would be $1,500 each if it was 30 to 1. If that's what we were able to get.
It's a pretty good deal. We should think about that.
Who's the closest? I mean, we have a sports book here, but
I mean, I could do it on the phone probably.
Oh yeah, I forgot you guys have it legal. That's right.
Yeah.
We have it legal here. So
sorry guys, you guys are cooler than us in Nebraska. Sorry.
And you guys are the ones that are like America all the time.
Oh, I'm saying if you guys think about it, if we all put $50 into this, we're gonna make money because I really do believe Dak Prescott is going to win the MVP this year. I really do. I do not know what they're thinking. You heard Wes. Wes is very good at this. And even Reno Johnny said that and Reno Johnny can't stand the Cowboys. He can't stand Dak Prescott. He says the fact that they have Dak Prescott this low, it's ridiculous because he is doing things and he's putting up numbers. He could hit 5,000 yards this year. That's how good.
They look at it like as a whole, just not what Dak is doing because dang, their defense is god awful.
That's fine, but they're winning and they're
I agree, but I think they're just looking at it as a whole.
He would have to get them into the playoffs. That's what the bet is, right? Like if they don't get into playoffs, he's not going to get the MVP, even if that's not fair. Like because we saw that last year with Joe Burrow. You could argue he was the MVP. He threw for all those yards. He had all those touchdowns. He had the best stats, but they didn't get in the playoffs, and it's an afterthought. Right? We were only talking about Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. We weren't talking about Joe Burrow in that 1-2 conversation at all.
Well, do you think too, like, I think you're 100% right. Like winning does play a factor. Like, and if they're going to, I mean, what you said is they're going to give up points. So they're going to have to score points and who's it going to come from? And so it's going to be, but if they lose 30-27, 38-30, like, and he's still putting up crazy numbers. Yeah, he's going to have the numbers, but are the wins going to go with it? And is he going to get them, to the playoffs to where it's like, okay, this is real? Because like, with Burrow, it's saying kind of the same thing, right? And it's like, you're going to have the numbers, but is it really going to, are they really going to be like, well, yeah, he did, but they didn't get anywhere with it. So I sometimes think that's overrated a little bit because when it truly comes down to it, like, and this argument for everybody, like, they're the most valuable to the team. Without him, would you even have a chance to be in that game? Would you have a chance to score? I know it obviously takes a team to win, but it's like, hey, you guys are giving up 30. I've got to go ahead and put 35 on the board to give us a chance to win.
I don't care. If Dak Prescott gets the Cowboys into the playoffs with that defense.
Oh, no, that's what we were saying.
Yeah, we were literally just saying that. Yeah. Well, you apparently were killing a spider. No. It crawled on Speedy?
It was a spider. What do they call those?
Spider monkey?
Spider cricket.
Yeah,
there was a big mother, jumped on Speedy. So I just killed it in the studio.
Hold on, you said it's a spider cricket?
You've never seen a spider cricket? So it looks like a spider?
Hold on. I'm about to see one. Thanks to the interweb.
Long Island spider cricket.
No. It's not Long Island. They're all over the place. They're just not in Nebraska. Okay?
No.
It's like apparently betting is not in Nebraska either.
You've never seen a spider cricket before?
No. Common names for these insects: cave crickets, camel crickets, spider crickets.
Camel crickets.
I've heard of critters, but critters is just like.
Oh, it looks like a spider. It looks like it's not in Memphis, Jared says. So they look like a spider, but they jump like a cricket. It's crazy. They don't bite. So, but they're.
Do they make the noises of crickets?
I don't know. I don't know, but I don't know how that thing got in here. That's weird. So
definitely
there it
crawled.
Is. I don't know how it got in here.
That's literally how it looked like too.
Yeah, it's a spider cricket. It's bigger than a regular.
What are they and why are they on Long Island?
All right. But Shekels would tell you to bet on Dak Prescott. If you guys want to make that bet,
Let's do it. If we all put $50 into it, we can make a couple.
I'll tell you right now what odds I can get on the phone, and then we'll do it after
What,
we get to the last segment.
which ones are all legal in New Jersey?
All of it.
Oh,
Well,
all of them.
we're in
are?
New York, but I think New Jersey's
New
the
York.
same. Oh yeah, I bet on the Knicks tonight. I forgot. Look at that, more money. I love it. We were looking for MVP, NFL MVP.
We'll talk about this. We got one more segment.
We got one segment, guys. You know
All
what
right.
it is.
Call this "What's That Smell?"
That smell. What's that smell?
Wow. You don't see that every day.
Can't wait.
What about skid mark?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's pretty simple. We know the game. It's not, you're not blind. We could bring Jared in, get Jared involved with this. It's very simple. We're going to give you a story. We're going to tell you what we think about it, and we're going to tell you what it smells like. All right, so we're going to go tonight. We're going to go with Fish. We're going to go with Jarrett. We're going to go with Poops. We're going to go with Speedy. We're going to go with Joba. And then me. Here we go.
Apparently, I got to drive to New Jersey, Jabba, to make that bet because New York doesn't allow individual season awards on DraftKings, but Jersey does. So we'll take a look at it when we get there, guys, on that one. We'll talk about it next show. I got a real fascinating one from Errol's second favorite team, the Philadelphia Eagles, and their captain, star receiver who's having a subpar year, A.J. Brown. He's not happy. And yes, after another win, he had another cryptic Instagram post, which has become commonplace for him this season. So he shared after he had a game with 4 catches, 121 yards, and 2 touchdowns, easily his best game this season. All it said was using me, but not using me. He had a previous post late September, which was a Bible verse about quietly withdrawing if you don't feel welcomed or heard. Man, you just hate to see it, right? With the Eagles, it falling apart. The chemistry, what was so good last year, it's just not there anymore. I mean, they're gonna have to find a way to overcome it, guys. Why is this a story? This was the biggest story in the state of Philadelphia. I kept reading it in there were like 30 articles about it. A.J. Brown's just fine. He's one of the best receivers in the league. This is absolute nonsense. What does it smell like? It smells like the garbage waste at the end of the cheesesteak fryer later, mixed
That
with
went over like
the
a fart in
grease
church.
coming out of the grill hot top. All of that nastiness from your nasty grilled cheesesteaks that you think are so
Oops,
great
sits on the shitter.
on your hoagies. You stink. I hope you guys
That's
suck.
like-
I hope A.J.
Roll
Brown really
job.
does hate everybody.
Thumb up my ass.
Go ahead, Jared.
All right, I'm going to go to the NBA for this one, to last night's game. The Rockets and Thunder. Double overtime. Rockets were up 1, 11 seconds left. Thunder call a timeout for one play. The Rockets come out of that timeout with Kevin Durant on Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. The rationale the announcers gave was that, they want length on SGA. Kevin Durant had 5 fouls, and worst of all, they had a just as long defender and a better on-ball defender in Jabari Smith in the game at that point in time. And then Kevin Durant, of course, commits the fouled out of the game, and with 2 seconds left, they don't have Kevin Durant, their best offensive player in the game, as an option, down 1 point. A moronic move from an otherwise great coach in Ime Udoka, and he was asked no questions, as far as I know, about this in the post-game press conference. I heard no quotes about this. What's it smell like? It smells like Kevin Durant's jockstrap, because that's what Ime Udoka was snorting when he thought he was a better option there on SGA.
Doo-doo.
I will say this.
Is that pre or post game jockstrap?
Post-game.
I have Jabari on my team. I've got a bunch of guys. Dort on my team. I had SGA on my team. They all gave me some good points last night. Screw you, Justin. You're losing this week. I'm winning. 10-5, baby. Kicking his ass. Sorry, I had to do.
Who's next? Me, right?
Yes.
All right. So, Fish over here went with the Eagles. I'm going to go with their rivals in the New York Giants. Now, we, of course, know that the Giants blew an absolute ridiculous game against the Broncos, but we're not going to be talking about that. I want to focus on Russell Wilson and Sean Payton, now former quarterback and coach over there in Denver, how Sean Payton took to the game after they won and said, I was hoping to face Russell Wilson, but Jackson Dart will have to do. Now, I loved the shot that Russell Wilson took at Sean Payton afterwards, going on Twitter to say about his former coach, quote, classless, but not surprised. Didn't realize they're still bounty hunting 15 plus years later through the media. Hashtag let's ride. Payton then also clarified that his comments were strictly based on Dart and in no way, shape, or form were they made about Wilson, but can see why he took it to a
horse
like he did.
Shit. That's what I'm going to say.
Now, to watch these two old men go and trade shots back, I found it absolutely hilarious. I loved, like I said, Russell Wilson's clapback. And you're right, Errol. Sean Payton is full of some absolute bullshit. So what does it smell like, though? Well, it smells, and I just thought of this smell because I have something completely different. It smells like a spider cricket if it jumped into Speedy and Tommy Cutlet's pants.
Oh, God.
Now, there we go.
You know, I love when you say clap back, it reminds me of that Ja Rule song, Clap Back. You want to clap back? You want to clap back? I like that song. We got to cut that debut out. I like that.
That'll be the next song from break, next show.
There you go. Ready, Speedy?
All right. So transitioning from one quarterback that was traded in 2022 and signed a horrible contract to another one that was traded in 2022 and signed an even worse contract, and that is Deshaun Watson, who came out and said that he wants intel on the Browns' head coaching search, and he thinks that coaching changes need to be made, and he wants to be involved in the decision making. Yeah, you who were statistically graded as the worst quarterback in since they started tracking, I forget the stat, since 2000 when they started tracking an advanced metric. Ryan Leaf was the only quarterback that was graded worse than you in 2000, and you want input on the Browns' coaching search for a guy that is a two-time Coach of the Year in Kevin Stefanski that has dealt with your contract causing the team to not be able to sign players because you have to get fully guaranteed money, screw the rest of the league with a collusion case. And you want intel on a coaching search when you're not going to be the starting quarterback. They drafted Gabriel, and they still have some other guys there that I know Errol doesn't like one of them, but you're not even part of any type of nonsense of trying to find the seed. So what does it smell like? It smells like Jador Sanders and Deshaun Watson going into Lake Erie and going into the section of it that has thousands of decomposing fish.
Speedy does give the most elaborate smells.
Yeah,
and they're so specific too.
He always uses some kind of really good word like decomposing.
It smells like that guy's that. It smells like this animal's that.
I threw in Shador Sanders for Errol. He could join that smell fest.
No, it definitely smells. That's for sure. All right, Jabba, Mr. Yawn Man.
Yeah, man, I'm getting old and tired. No, I'm gonna go with.
Oh my God, you're 40 years old. You're so old.
Yeah, I have a kid in college, so that ages me even further.
If anything, that helps you.
No, it does not. Yeah, until you have kids, you will have no idea. So suck it.
Groba.
I mean, we don't. None of us have kids, but we all have hair. So I mean, that's
Groba
what happens.
is not an athlete.
I have hair. It's just not there.
I have hair.
Jabba likes my shrimp cocktail.
It's not there. I'm gonna go with the infamous Diggs family, and this one is Trayvon. And he supposedly had a home incident, and that's awful hair though. Like I wouldn't even be proud of that. You're a 40-year-old man that still is dyeing his hair. Grow up.
Just spit out your crap.
Like what are we?
Just spit
Frosted
out your
tips
crap.
now? Gee.
I like anal.
Your hair distracted me. It's terrible.
Fish wears panties.
How he had the incident at home, got a concussion, and then to make it even better, he tells them, and Jerry Jones says the combination of the injury and how it impacted regarding a concussion issue. I'm not so sure I know the detail of how that happened. Usually we can see that on TV and see how an injury happens. In this particular case, it was unrecorded. What in the absolute BS is going on? They just don't want to say what happened. And this smells like Jerry Jones's Depends after an overtime Cowboys loss, and he didn't get up and go to the bathroom, and he had to wring it out full of feces and urine.
Yum yum.
Yum yum.
All right, our final What's That Smell goes. I have to do it. LeBron James. He's definitely something I don't want to hear about. LeBron James helps the Lakers dissect their opening loss to the Warriors. Oh, what a story. Oh, when the Los Angeles Lakers reviewed their tape with their disappointed loss against the Golden State Warriors 119-109 in an opening night, JJ Redick said there was an important voice in the room as they swifted and shifted through the wreckage. Yes, LeBron James was one of those guys, as LeBron was really helpful, Redick said, during practice on Wednesday. Let me ask you a question, Redick. How many times do we have to hear you kiss LeBron James' ass? Why don't you get on your hands and knees and give him a nice little blowjob? Because it seems like you got your job because of LeBron. You're in position as the Lakers head coach because of LeBron. You had a podcast, which now you have Steve Nash filling in for you because of LeBron. It seems like every single thing LeBron touches turns to gold for you. What next? Are you going to wear LeBron James's underwear when you're coaching on the sidelines during the game while LeBron James is sitting on the side watching the games? Every single thing LeBron James does, JJ Redick just appreciates. I don't know why LeBron James is even in a conversation. He's not playing for 3 to 4 weeks. Why the hell is he dissecting any part of the game? He didn't go to – let me ask you another question. Luka Doncic gets his new contract. Everybody shows up but LeBron James. But why the hell is LeBron James dissecting tape after a loss? It makes no sense. You know what it smells like? It smells like the jambalaya that Speedy ate during the Super Bowl weekend, and it smells like the crap and the farts that I smelled during the nighttime after he came out of the bathroom. So that's what it smelled like. And by the way, it was horrible. And this guy in his snoring, it was just absolutely despicable. I felt like, and I didn't know, it was never fair. And here's the reason why. I was the one doing all the interviews. I was the one that was dealing with all the craziness. And I was the one that was stuck in the room with these two morons, okay? I was in the room with Speedy and Poops. And you know who gets their own rooms? You got Fish on one side, and then you got Mr. Goody on the other. And I was the one trapped in between with these two guys. How is that fair? I don't get it. I was
Poops,
the one.
You need a CPAP machine or something, dog? You good?
Apparently so. I guess so now.
He definitely needs a CPAP.
My dad has a couple extras. He ain't using them anymore.
I think you need to send it over here, Job. He needs it. I mean, I have a CPAP.
He's even got new masks. We can hook you up, dog.
Yeah, well, he definitely needs it. If he got tested, he definitely has sleep apnea because I have sleep apnea, and I use the machine here and there. It doesn't, it works some nights and
Look
most
at this,
nights.
Jabba. This was from like when you first came on the show.
I was in Sports Illustrated.
I made that way back when.
Not me grabbing my breasts over there.
That was just you just doing normal stuff before the show started one day.
Oh man, your dad was a good man.
That was
Job.
that was one of my dad's like 8 scooters.
I remember, and I just want to, for anybody that doesn't know, when Jabba came into the league, the first person that popped in, on the television while Jabba was on the mound was his dad. And his dad grew up a Yankee fan, and his his dream was for his son to play professional baseball. And he actually, didn't you make a bet with your father or something that you would play professional baseball?
Well, I mean, he always said I would. But that's what you're supposed to say as a parent, I guess. But no, like the one thing that my dad didn't follow through was he said, if I ever make it, he would get a tattoo. And I think if they would have poked him with a needle, he'd probably bled to death. So it probably was a good idea. He didn't get one, but that's the only thing he didn't get. And he said, and I was like, well, I made it. Now you have to get a tattoo. So I always said it, but he never got it.
Well,
he's probably got it now since he doesn't bleed anymore. So it's good.
There you go. But yeah, that's crazy. I remember the first time I saw Jabba on the mound, I saw his father at Yankee Stadium. It was crazy. And the story, became like a huge story throughout the season. And really everywhere Jabba was, his dad was. So that's how I knew who his father was. And everybody knew who Jabba's father was because he was the one that was rolling all over the place.
Watch your Achilles, bro, or your feet, because he'd run them bad boys over. He didn't care. Nah.
Anyways, yeah, he was a great man, Jabba. Thank you to WFAN Yankees post-game host, SNY's Yankee analyst, and Fox Sports college basketball broadcaster, Manny Babari. He was fantastic. Thank you to him for joining us. I know he's very, very busy. He's getting ready for the college basketball season, which is right around the corner. And the Yankee season's over, and he fills in at WFAN here and there overnights. He's fantastic, and we've really become friends over the last couple of weeks and months.
Yeah, Speedy, give me whatever info that he wants. I'll do his show.
He's fantastic, by the way.
Yeah, he's great.
So thank you to Manny for joining.
Too. I didn't know that.
But dude, when I saw him, I didn't realize how tall he was until I saw him, and I'm looking up and I'm like, damn, man, you're big.
You're barely average height. That's why.
What are you talking about? Average height is 5'8". I'm 5'10 and a half. Screw you, Jabba. Screw you. What is this, Attack Arrow Day?
I need a gin and tonic.
I'm going to need something like that after tonight's show. Anyways, thank you to all the Spotify and Apple fans. We're going to break over 185,000 this month. We've been killing it over the last couple of days. Speedy, we've been all over, man. The numbers are really, really good in Illinois, New Jersey, Washington, California, Texas. So all the fans that are listening to us now or going to listen to us later, we really appreciate it. YouTube. We're almost at 4,000 hours of monetization. So we are growing significantly thanks to good old Speedy. And thank you to the Instagram fans, all the TikTok fans for following us and listening to us. And we just really appreciate everybody that have been tuning in and checking out our show. We like to make people laugh. I hope everybody enjoys the content. We work really, really hard to get it out there and make sure that everybody can enjoy it and be different than everybody else. That's what we want to do. So thank you to all the fans. We'll be back on Monday. Speedy, who do we have?
We don't have anything at Monday. Wednesday, we do have our friend Ovi Muhaley returning, former Falcon.
Ovi!
All-pro fullback.
Why do you always,
Why?
What do you always say?
Because you had to make sure that the first time we had
entrepreneur. That's what he wants you to say. Entrepreneur. He doesn't want to hear all pro fullback. He's retired. Entrepreneur. Say it. Right. Say it. There you go. That's what he is. He's an entrepreneur. He's doing big things with life insurance. If you want your life insurance, you need any insurance, go to Ovi Muhaley. He's got a nice smile, wears nice suits, and as his wife says, he looks sexy everywhere he goes. So Ovi Muhaley, we're going to enjoy him on Wednesday. I'm sure I'm going to get him to buy into Stranger Things, which is coming out in a few weeks.
November, right?
Yeah.
I'm ready for that.
So if you're a Stranger Things fan, which I am, final episodes. I've been waiting 5 years for this, guys. So since COVID.
Yeah,
all right.
That's true.
So
Me too.
I've been waiting for it. Finally,
Is that how long it's been since the last season?
Well, no, the last season.
2002.
The last season.
2022. Yeah.
But even then, before then, they had the season already.
But I started watching it in 2000. So 2022. I'm sorry.
The girl started was as a kid, and now she's like married to Bon Jovi's kid in real life, and she's like 27.
She is. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fun to watch.
And it's funny because they were talking about how the first time when she first was on the show, she was a little kid, so she ended up actually shaving her head.
Yeah.
And I don't want to spoil anything, so I'm not going to. But I'm just saying, what's it called? They asked her to shave her head again for the newer season, and she said no. Which, like you said, she's a 27-year-old woman. I don't know who has like luscious hair like that and then just wants to shave it all over again.
Jabba, maybe Jabba would have done it. He doesn't need to shave his
Probably
head.
didn't need to.
He doesn't need to
He would've
shave
just
his
said,
head.
I'm ready.
I don't know if Jabba would look like her, so I don't know if he would be a good, good fill-in for that. But Jabba, you a Stranger Things fan?
You know what? I've never seen an episode.
Oh, you should start.
That's
watching.
pretty good.
That
Is
good.
it?
Yeah.
How many seasons is there?
5
Four.
or 6
Four.
or
There's 4.
so. This
They're coming
one's
out.
going to be the 5th.
4 right now. There'll be a 5th.
Yeah. 5th and final.
Final
There's a
one.
really cool scene in the 4th season that involves a classic Metallica song, and it's worth
Yes, I
watching
know
just for that.
exactly.
In
Yes.
my opinion, worth watching just for that.
Master of Puppets, baby. Master of
yeah.
Puppets.
Would you
One of
believe
my-
me if I told you I could play that song on guitar?
Do you know I can play the drums, double bass pedal to that song?
So we
I
gotta
think the
make
guitar is more impressive than anything Lars could do.
Screw you. What are you talking about?
Just saying, Lars.
Kurt Hammett was great, okay? And so
Kurt
is
Hammett is
James
one of the greats of all time. Lars,
what do you
Lars
think Lars
was Lars was cool.
Dude, I am a Metallica fan. They're my favorite band. Do not.
Bro, I feel like this is a discussion for a different
do not
podcast or
get me
something,
started
but
about Metallica.
listen,
can
I
play
love
Metallica on
Metallica,
radio.
but Lars was the weak link of Metallica. Come on.
Oh,
bro.
stop. First
Come
of
on.
all, the weak link and
He
the
had
most
a double bass pedal. That's what made it sound good.
Oh,
but-
so it's easy to play double bass pedal.
No, it's not, but it's not like he was freaking like a great drummer out there.
Yes, he was. What are you talking about?
All right, fine.
Stop.
I think you're gonna find most people think this way
Who's the one who
about
put
Lars.
Metallica together? Who's the one?
That
who
and he was kind of a douchebag about Napster back in the day,
Yeah, he
and I
was.
thought
And
that
he
was pretty
had every right.
ridiculous.
People were stealing their music. He has every right.
They were listening to them and becoming fans, and then going and buying their stuff. I don't
Dude,
think
they
that's
were-
stealing.
They were stars before that. And first of all, what's your favorite? If you're such a Metallica fan, what is the best album Metallica ever put out?
Well, I would probably say Ride the Lightning.
No.
No, you're wrong because it is Ride the Lightning.
No, it's
The
not.
one before Master of Puppets.
No, the Black Album was the best album.
Most people will not say that.
Most sold album is the Black Album.
That's not the best album of Metallica. That's the most commercial
absolutely
album
is
of
the
Metallica.
No,
it's
it's the
definitely the
best
most
album.
commercial album.
It is the best album.
But I would say there are 3 albums better than that by Metallica.
Oh, come on. Dude, the Black Album is the best album.
The album that has 1 on it's the best album.
Oh, stop. All right,
That's not even a
I'm
debate.
done. I'm done.
Butt plug.
He's got one. That's for damn sure. Anyways, that's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. Now you heard my take on Metallica, and if you want to hear any more, well, I might be doing something, so I'll lead you to that way a little bit, in the next couple of weeks. Anyways, that's it for our show. Good night.
It's the worldwide